Today, in episode 11 of our CySec 101 series, we're going to go through the Windows command line, and this is a part of the Cybersecurity 101 pathway of TryHackMe. And in this particular module, we're going to go through all of the command lines. So that will be the Windows command line, Windows PowerShell, and of course, Linux shells. So that being said, let's actually dive into the introduction of this particular series. This video is sponsored by Hackaholics Anonymous, the membership community, and to get access to all of the perks, for example, the Discord communities that are available to each tier, the Python automations that are available for download, and all of the exclusive content and everything else that comes along with those memberships, like the live streams and so on and so forth. I do encourage you to check out Hackaholics Anonymous. The link to that is going to be in the description below, or you can go to youtube.com/@HankHacksHackers/join, and you can check out what we got with the Hackaholics Anonymous community. All right, that being said, let us dive into the Windows command line introduction. All right, so if you're like most people in the computer realm, you like a graphical user interface, also known as a GUI or a GUI, however you want to pronounce it, until you actually get a hold of the command line and you get good at the command line, which is considered to be the CLI. When you get good at the command line, for a lot of reasons, you don't want to do the graphical interface anymore, mostly because of the fact that GUIs are usually very intuitive, but command lines are very quick. So the GUI will allow you to work with something that you're not familiar with, for example, and you can familiarize yourself with that environment. You can poke around, click around, discover a bunch of different things that may be available in that environment. But when you're dealing with a CLI, what you need to do is develop a prompt or use prompts to interact with the system. CLIs typically have a learning curve, so you have to master the command line, you have to run it. If you don't know the commands, it will take you a while, and the learning curve is much steeper than interacting with a GUI. If you want to use as an example how many clicks that it'll take to find your IP address using a GUI, most likely you'll have to click around a lot. Using the command line, you don't even need to raise your hands. Literally, you just type in something like ifconfig or ipconfig, something like that, and then you'll get your IP address really quickly. So if you want to recheck the IP address, you need to issue the same command instead of moving the mouse pointer to every corner of the screen inside of the graphic interface. So GUIs are very useful, they're very intuitive, but CLIs are much faster if you know what you're looking for. There are a lot of other advantages as well. So if you actually want to use the CLI over the GUI, there will be a lower resource usage. So they require fewer system resources than the graphic intensive GUIs. So meaning you can basically run the CLI system on an older hardware or systems with limited memory or limited graphics cards. If you're using cloud computing, your system will require low resources, which then it will turn into lower your bill. So if you actually use the CLI instead of the graphic interface in a cloud environment, your bills will be cheaper. Automation, so you can automate a lot of stuff on the GUI, of course, but creating a batch file or a script with the commands that you need to repeat is much easier inside of the CLI, inside of shell scripting or command line PowerShell scripting. And then there's remote management. So if you need to use SSH, which we'll actually have to do to log into one of our machines right now, if you need to use SSH to manage a remote system, or like a server or a router or any kind of an IoT device, you actually need to be able to use the CLI to do so. So this actually works on slow network speeds or something that has a limited resource. For example, a Raspberry Pi. A Raspberry Pi is not going to have the greatest CPU on it. It doesn't have a lot of processing power. It's not going to have a massive graphics card or anything like that. It's it's literally smaller than your cell phone in a lot of cases. So the Raspberry Pi is basically a mini or a micro computer that you can install in a lot of different environments, and you can use it with the command line, and it'll be fairly easy to deal with, and it won't use up all of the resources of your Raspberry Pi. So that's just one example of it. The objectives that we have for this specific loom is going to be using the Windows command prompt, which is known as the cmd.exe. This is different from the PowerShell. We're going to go through the PowerShell with a different video. So we're specifically going to focus on the CMD, the command line, and we're going to learn how to display basic info, check in, troubleshoot network configurations, manage files and folders, and check running processes. And the prerequisites would be the Windows and AD Fundamentals module, which if you haven't done so already, I would recommend that you do it. It is the last 4 episodes, so it would be episode 7, 8, 9, and 10, I believe, of the CySec 101 series, where we're going to go through the basics of Windows and then the basics of Active Directory. So if you haven't done that, I would highly recommend you actually go through that and then come back to this video. And then basically that's it, right? So I already started the virtual machine just to get ahead of this exercise. And then what we're going to do is we're going to use the attack box to SSH into it. If you want to use OpenVPN and use your own computer to SSH into it, you can do that as well. You just have to make sure that you configure OpenVPN on your computer so that you can connect to TryHackMe. This is a free room, so even if you don't have a paid subscription, you can actually get access to the attack box in this room, as well as the virtual machines that are available. They generate a new IP address for every single time, so this IP address isn't going to work for you. When you click on Start Machine at the very top of the screen right here, you'll actually get a new IP address that's going to be assigned to you, and then that would be the IP address that you would use to SSH into that virtual machine. So in this particular case, we're going to be user at this IP address, and this is going to be our password, and then we're going to establish our SSH connection. The question is, what is the default command line interpreter in Windows? And that would be the cmd.exe. So that we have our first official answer here. And now we can actually zoom out of the screen and go and log in to our SSH. So let's do that. So this is what the split screen looks like in TryHackMe. They have the Christmas theme because it is currently the holiday time inside of our recording environment, or I guess the recording schedule. It's like Christmas is literally right around the corner. So this is what it looks like when you open up a terminal. This is an Ubuntu machine. So this is like a Linux Ubuntu machine that we are using as our attack box, and we need to use this to SSH into our virtual machine here. So I'm just going to copy the address, and then I'm going to use the credentials that I have here. So TryHackMe 123 and exclamation. So we're going to do SSH, and then we're going to do user at, and then I'm going to paste the IP address, and I'm going to press enter. And it's going to say, are you sure you want to do this? Yes, I am sure I want to do this. And then I need to do capital T, TryHackMe 123, and then exclamation. And that is it. I am now officially inside of my Windows computer, my Windows machine that we're going to use for the rest of this room. So we are officially done with our introduction, and we've configured our machine. We've logged into SSH. So let's dive into some of these commands here. All right, so being that we are going to run everything inside of the command line, instead of reading through everything and then running the commands, what I'm going to do is, in the interest of time, I'm just going to have the screen record the command line the entire time. And then I'm just going to run through the commands, explain what they are, we'll display the information that they pull, and then at the very end of it, we'll come back and it will answer the questions. And we'll just do that in every single task, because everything, as you can see, is going to be commands that we're just going to run inside of the command line. So instead of reading and then going through the command line, we're just going to go through the command line, and then I'm going to open this window up in my secondary window here, in my secondary screen, and then I'll read off of it, I'll run the commands. You get the picture. So we're just going to click this view full screen at the bottom right here. It's going to open up our computer inside of the full screen mode. And then what I can do is I can just zoom in for you right here. And now this is what it's going to look like, and it'll be much easier to interact with the machine this way. So the first command here under our basic system information is going to be running the set command. It says you can issue the set command to check the path from the command line. The terminal output will show us where the Windows shell will execute all of its commands. So if I literally just type in set and then press enter, I believe that's what it is. There we go. So we get all of the information that we have about this particular machine that we are logged into. So things like the home drive, as well as the driver data and number of processors, all of that stuff is available for our virtual machine, the Windows virtual machine that I'm connected into. Now, one of the things that have been pointed out to us is the login name, the number of processes, OS Windows, so on and so forth. So if I go to log name right here, in my case, my login name is actually the user, right? So in the example, the documentation, the login name is Strategos, I guess, but for us, it's the user. And then the number of processors is 2, the OS is Windows NT, the path is Windows System 32, so on and so forth. So these are all different information, but this is just one of the big things that is available from all of the data that you're going to pull if you wanted to see the login name or who you're logged in as. For example, out of all of this data, you can just type in set and then go look for log name. Now, in a lot of cases in Linux, what can also work is if I do who am I. So let's see if this actually works inside of Windows. So if I do who am I, it actually also gives me who I am over here as well. So it says it at the bottom right here. It says Windows Server 2022, which is the host that we're on. So this is what we see right here. That's the actual host that we're connected to. And the user that we are connected as is the user. And it also shows that for us inside of this whole thing. So in this particular case, for our Windows computer, that's who we are logged in as on the Win Server 2022 host. So you can use who am I to actually pull that information, or you can just type in set and sift and sort through everything else that you got. And you have the SSH client connection, you have the port of that connection, so on and so forth. So for example, the SSH connection data that you see right here on port 22, 10.10.166.10, that is what we have. That is actually our virtual machine. So this IP address is the virtual machine IP address that we're connected to. 10.10.71.80 is the IP address of the attack box. So if you see it in the top right corner, that's the IP address of the attack box that is being used to connect to the virtual machine, our Windows virtual machine that we have over here. So you can see a lot of great information by just running the set command, and that's essentially like the point of this specific command that we're running. So you run set, you get a bunch of information about your current machine and everything that you are logged in as. So moving on to our next command, which is the VER command, and it stands for version. And so what it does, I'm going to do CLS to clean the screen here, clear the screen. And what it does is it gives you the Windows version that you have, right? So I have Microsoft Windows version 10, 203, 48, yada, yada, yada. So it gives me the operating system version that I'm currently running. So that is what we get when we run ver. And I don't like being in this user Windows, see users, user, but just for the intents of purposes, just in case the next series of commands has me move out of this, I don't want to jump ahead going back and forth. So this is just what it shows so far, and this is what we're logged in as. This is what we're logged in as. This is the location that we're in, which is inside of the C drive in the users folder, logged in as the user inside of the user's home directory. And then so when I run ver, you can see that this is the entire command line that I have here, and then it'll just run it right after that, like that. We can also do CWD, which is the current working directory, or actually PWD, I guess is working. It's still not working. So, usually it actually gives me what the current working directory is that I'm at. So that's interesting. So if I just do dir by itself, it'll list the contents of where I am in. So these are all the stuff that's inside of my location, and this is the actual path that I'm in. So directory of cc, yada, 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 which is what you see right here. So that's my current path that I'm in. And then when you run dir, it just lists all of the contents of the current directory that you're in. I'm kind of jumping ahead, but I was just trying to kind of show you what all of this means in this case. So we've done set so far. We have done VER for version so far. Another one that's very, very useful to get system information would be system info, and you press that, and system info will give me various information about the system, like the operating system information, system details, process and memory, and so on and so forth. And it's currently loading that for me, and once it's done, there we go. So we have all of that information. So it gives me the operating system information, it gives me the RAM or the memory information, as well as everything else. So we can see things like the BIOS version, the Windows directory where it's actually located, the system directory where it's located, where the boot device is located, so on and so forth. And then we have total physical memory, meaning 980 megabytes, massive amounts of physical memory. And then we have virtual memory, which is 1.3 gigabytes. So 1003, which is, I guess it's better. So it's like 1.3 gigabytes of RAM is not that bad. And then we have, at least for a virtual machine, that's available for free on TryHackMe. That's not that bad. We have the page file locations, which is where a lot of the random access memory kind of swap type of data is being stored. We have hotfixes, network cards, and all of the other stuff. So system, but it'll also give you information about the memory, the storage, as well as the random access memory that is available on your virtual machine. So that is all good. And then we can always get more information by piping it through more if the output is too long. So for example, if we do a driver query command, right? So if I do driver query, the output is going to, let me actually clean the screen so we can get a better, so driver query, if we do that, the output is pretty big. So if you wanted to kind of get specific, and you can see it's still just loading, it's just going to keep running to get me information. Driver query, running that and then piping this output into more, we can display the output page by page instead of getting all of the stuff inside of this like massive output right here. So instead of having to scroll up and down, and let's say you don't want to scroll up and down, or let's say the output is so much that you can't scroll all the way up or all the way down. So what we can do is we can do driver query and then pipe it. That's what that means, is you do one of these vertical pipes. So if you hold down shift and then press the / button, which is usually right above the enter button, and you do that and you just type in more, press enter, and now it's page by page. And you can see right here it says more right here, and then you can just click right next or click with the mouse. Let's see how we can get the data. Maybe if it's a scroll thing. I think it's a scroll thing. Huh. None of those things seems to be working. So I wonder how we were supposed to actually display the output page by page if we can't actually scroll through the pages. That's kind of gnarly when you think about it. Can I type anything? I can't type anything. So I can't do up and down. Or you know what? I think it was just taking a long time for it to process. So if we do driver query, we got that. If we do driver query, let's do driver query more. If I run that, now I have page. So let me do down. Maybe it'll take, yeah, I think it's taking a couple of seconds for it to load. Either down, or we'll do next on the right, back, up, down, still not working. So the one thing that we should be able to do is do Control C to get out of it. And okay, that worked immediately. So, I mean, it's supposed to display things page by page, and we're supposed to be able to scroll through it, but for whatever reason that wasn't working. So I'm guessing that maybe it was like a scrolling up and down with the mouse that just didn't register immediately, and that's why it didn't work. There are a few other things that we can go over, which is the help command. So if I do, for example, driver query help, I believe should give me a help menu. Or if I do help driver query, let's see if we can get a help menu. It's not supported to help. Try driver query / question. So that might be the way that we can get driver query. Oh, it's not driver query. I'm misspelling that. So invalid option would be help. So let's see if I can do driver query and then / question mark. That should get us a help menu. There we go. Okay, so the help menu is pulled up by doing the / question mark. So you do the command and then you do / question mark, and then it'll give you the help menu, which is essentially a general syntax of how you're supposed to use it. It gives you a description of what the actual command is, and then from there what the various options are that you can run with that given command. So in this particular case, these are the options that we have for the driver query command. So that's what we got. And then the very last thing that they share with us is CLS, which we've already covered, which means to clear the screen. So that's all the commands that we have in task 1. So the first question is, what is the OS version of the Windows virtual machine? And so we can actually get that by running any of the commands that we have. So we'll just do system info. And then by running system info, we'll be able to get the OS name as well as the OS version. And I believe they're looking for it seems to be the numerical version of Windows that we're looking for. So if we scroll all the way up under OS, we can see OS version is over here. So 10.0.230 da 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 da. So that could be the answer. So I'm just going to type that manually. And let's see if that is actually the answer that we are looking for. So 10.0.20348 and enter. And that is not it. So I think maybe they're looking for the, let's see, because I mean, that is the OS version of the Windows virtual machine. So maybe they're looking for the build 20348 as well, or we can potentially use a different command that will give us the full thing, I'm guessing. So, oh, you know what? I think it is actually the ver command. So it's not this version, because if you remember, so look at that, and then I'll run ver, press enter, and then you can see that this is actually a much longer version. So there's an extra suffix at the end of this. So after the 20348, there's another amount of data. So it's actually 10.0.20348.2655. And that is the correct answer. There we go. So, and then the next one is, what is the host name of the Windows VM? And in this particular case, I can already tell you that it's the WinServe 2002 or 2022 core. I believe that is the actual host name. But what we can do is we can run one of our other commands to actually pull that information. So let's say I will run, because I feel like it's already this thing right here, the Windows, this thing. I believe that that's the actual host name that I have. And especially if I run the who am I, or I think if we can even do host. So if I do host, or let's say host name, yeah, so there it is. So that is the actual host name. So WinServe 2022-core. So let's type that out and see if that is it. Yep, that is it. So very good. So we have the questions answered in our particular case. So I'm just going to refresh the screen so you can see the answers were correct, so you don't think that I'm trying to pull your leg or anything like that. And there we go, basic information, and we have it pulled up, and there we go. So OS version was that full version, and then the host name was the Windows VM. So that is it for that task. So now let's go into network troubleshooting. So for network troubleshooting, there's essentially everything that has to do with the internet connection, right? Or the network that your computer is connected to. And these are what all of the different commands are going to be that we're going to run to get all of that data, all of that information. So I'm going to zoom in a little bit here so that we can actually do that. And then what we're going to do is we're going to clear the screen here. And the very first command is the IP config command, and the IP config command, and I love the output that is inside of the Windows command line because it's just so much cleaner and so much straighter to the point, where it'll just give you the information that you're actually looking for, which is, this is the IPv4 address that I have for this machine, and then this is the subnet that I'm on, and then this is going to be the default gateway that I have for this machine. IPv6 is a very different type of address. So when you think of IP address, most people think about this type of a format of IP address because that's the IPv4. It's the more common one. And then IPv6 is this really, really long thing because there's just more variations that can be generated with an IPv6 address. So IP config gets you, at the very least, the IP address that's assigned to your machine, as well as the subnet that you're on. And then this is a subnet of 16. So if you can look at this being an octet, this being another octet, and we have two of them filled in, and we have the two over here that are empty, that means that we have a 16-bit, I believe, 16-bit octet, or yeah, something like that. A subnet of 16, I'm going to call it that, a subnet mask of 16. And then what's available is that 254 addresses on this and 254 addresses on this. So if you multiply 254 times 254, let me actually pull out my calculator real quick, what we have is 64,516 IP addresses that can be generated on this particular subnet. Now, if you had 255.255.255, that means that you have a 3 octets filled in, so that would be a subnet of 24, which means you only have this last one to work with, which means you only have 254 addresses that can potentially be assigned on that particular subnet. So for TryHackMe, since they have a massive amount of users that are constantly using these virtual machines, they have to have a much larger subnet. I'm getting a little bit too much into the weeds of it. This is more about networking than it is about system administration or the Windows command line, but I do like giving some extra information so that you can have some extra information. So that's basically what ipconfig does for you. There's another version of it that if you do ipconfig all, it will actually give you the rest of the data that typically when you just run ifconfig inside of a Mac system, it'll give you all of this other data as well. And it gives you more information about the network configuration. So for example, you'll get DNS servers and then you'll get the DHCP enabled option to just confirm that it's actually been enabled. So in this particular case, we actually can see DHCP, the dynamic host configuration protocol, that has been enabled. And that's the configuration protocol that actually assigns the IP address every time that you connect a device into your local network. That's the configuration protocol that actually assigns the IP address to that machine. And then of course the DNS settings. So let's see where we can find our DNS. DNS server right here is 10.0.0.0.2, and that's available for us. The DHCP v6 is also here for the IPv6 version. Our DHCP server address is here, which is the same as our default gateway address. And then the lease that has to do with the IP lease that happens with the DHCP, which means that when does this IP address that we have expire? So the IP address that was assigned to us, when does that actually expire? This thing right here. And it should expire, especially in a dynamic environment that gets a lot of people who get assigned IP addresses. And so for me, it's currently right now it's December 21st that I'm running this exercise. So I only have a 24-hour cycle. I think even a less than a 24-hour cycle, because it's happening at, what is it? The least expires in less than, actually it's literally an hour long, because now that I think about it, TryHackMe servers are actually ahead. So I'm on the 21st, they're in the 22nd, because they're already on Sunday, because they're working out of the UK, I believe. I think that's where they're based out of. So their servers are technically running on the 22nd. So that's when I got this lease on this particular IP address that I'm using. And then the lease expires literally an hour later. So it's a very, very short-term lease is what I've gotten. And that is something that is also configured via our DHCP. And that is called the IP lease. And so that's what we get when we run ipconfig/all. Now let's say that we want to start troubleshooting the network. So let's say for whatever reason, let's say maybe connections aren't being established consistently, or we don't know if something is actually up or if it isn't, so on and so forth. So let's say we want to reach example.com, right? And we want to see if it's up. So if I do ping example.com, I'll get some kind of a response, hopefully. It seems like I have not gotten any kind of response in this case. So I think example.com was literally just the example that I'm supposed to get. So when you see request timed out, this is actually a good exercise as well. Request times out is when the server is not up, when that website is not up and it's not working. So after 5 requests, or 4 requests, I guess, it cancels it. So one that would be up would probably be google.com. So if I do that, we can see that pinging google.com, hopefully it's going to be request timed out again. So I guess we are not getting any access because our virtual machine is not connected to the internet. So let's see what the instructions over here says. So it says the command syntax is ping target name inspired by ping pong. We send a specific ICMP packet to listen for a response. If a response was received, we know that we can reach the target and they can reach us. So if we can reach the example.com, then we're all good. So in the example that we get on the actual documentation, it actually shows us a successful example. For our particular case, it seems to be that our machine, our virtual machine, is not connected to the internet or doesn't have internet access. Therefore, it's not giving me the type of response that we're looking for. So what I'm going to do is I'm actually going to show you what a successful response looks like in case you don't know. So if we scroll down here, this is what it actually looks like. So when we ping it out, we actually get a reply from the IP address of what we're trying to reach. So for example, example.com's IP address would be this IP address, and it actually is responding to us, and we got a reply from it. So meaning there were 4 packets sent, there were 4 packets received, and there was nothing lost in the process. Now in our particular case, we can see that we sent out 4 packets, but we didn't receive any. So sent were 4, received was 0, which means 4 packets were lost and nothing was actually delivered, which is not the configuration that we want. So either google.com is down, which I don't think they're down, or we don't have access to the internet and we can't actually connect to google.com, which is more likely the case. Now, another valuable tool that we can use for troubleshooting is called traceroute. Now, traceroute is actually spelled out T-R-A-C-E and then R-T, which is the traceroute command. And then we would do the same thing. So traceroute google.com, and I'm pretty sure this is not going to work because we don't have connection to the internet. So if we ran this, it would actually tell us, how many hops it's going to take for our IP address to connect to the IP address of Google. And the request has been timed out in this particular case, which it leads me to believe that we actually don't have connection. So the documentation here says, the command traceroute and the target name traces the network route traversed to reach the target. Without getting into details, it expects the routers on the path to notify us if they drop a packet because the time to live has reached 0. The terminal output will show what has passed through 15 routers before reaching our target. So it's routing, right? So it's tracing the route of the routers. I'm just going to stop this because I don't think that's actually going to do anything. So it's going to trace the route that it's taking. So this is what it actually looks like. So the first 7, no, actually the first one worked, and then the next 7 did not work. They got timed out, and then the next one worked, and then the rest of them continued to work, and then the trace was finally complete, and then it went from the main IP address, and then it landed on this final IP address that it was trying to connect to, and it took 16 hops. That's what that means. It took 16 hops to reach there, and the maximum is typically 30 hops, right? So it went from the IP address of wherever this person was, and it tried to reach this particular IP address, and so it took 16 hops to actually reach there. So networking commands that we're going to continue. I'm hoping that the rest of these commands will actually run even though I don't have internet connection on this virtual machine. So let's see if we can get any other responses out of here. The next one is the NS lookup, which is going to look up for the DNS records of any given domain, but in my particular case, it seems like it didn't work. So let's see, maybe it did work, right? In this case, it seems like we got something. So it says the non-authoritative answer is google.com, and that's what their address is, and so on and so forth. So maybe that was already inside of the DNS records, the DNS resolution records of this virtual machine. Maybe that's why it worked. But if I do ns lookup example.com, let's see if that actually works. And it's technically it's giving me the same information that I was able to get from the documentation in the lab. So technically we actually did get the same response, so I'm guessing it worked. There's a couple of modifications that we can do to this here, is that if we follow up the command, so ns lookup, let me actually clear the screen so I'll do this again, I'll do clear screen. So if I run this command and then follow it up with 1.1.1.1, then what it's going to do is it's going to use the name server 1111, and then the terminal will actually show the response as that name server. Hopefully it works, and again, it timed out. So the server is 1111, the DNS for the request was timed out again. So this is not working the way that I was hoping that it was going to work. I think this portion of the command line we were actually supposed to run, or we were supposed to just read only and go through the documentation instead of just running these commands. So I'm going to do netstat to see if I can get any results from network statistics. Let's see if we can get anything from that. So it says we have active connections that have been established to the local address, that is to the foreign address, which is our attack box right here. So that has been established, so that's fine. So we actually have that active connection. There are a couple of flags that we can run with netstat to get some other data, as well as the one primary network connection, the established connection. So if you just do netstat by itself, it'll show you basically what you have that is currently established. If you want to see what all of the help options are, you can just do netstat-h, or we can even do netstat. I believe what we did was /?. That also brings up the help menu. So either of those will bring up the help menu for you, and you can look at a lot of different flags. So the flags that they gave us inside of the documentation was the A, B, O, and N. Now, doing it this way is actually the same as doing A-B-O-N, and a lot of command line tools will allow you to just kind of combine these things together. So I could just do it like that. And A displays all of the established connections and listening ports, so that's what A stands for, is all. B shows the program that's associated with each of the listening ports and the established connections. O reveals the process ID that's associated with the connection, and then N uses a numerical form for addresses and port numbers instead of showing you DNS resolutions. So we're going to do this, and then we're going to get all of the responses right here, and you can see this is a much larger output than just running netstat by itself, and it will show you the processes that are connected or trying to connect, what their status is, which would be listening. On these particular cases, we have one established connection, which is from our attack box to the actual IP address, and it's a TCP connection. And then we have the PIDs, of course, that are also associated with all of these connections or potential connections, and the port numbers and so on and so forth. So that is what netstat does. Now, what I want to show you is what just the NS lookup real quick will do for you when you run it properly and you actually do that DNS resolution. So we can see that we did the NS lookup example, and it gave us the same information as what we got before, but then what they did was when they changed the 1111 at the end of it, when they added that, the server that was trying to connect changed as well, and so did the IP address, and then the response was the same from example.com. So you can actually technically do that, and the reason for this is that you can essentially set up your outbound address to be Google has a few free public outbound addresses that you can use. One of them is 8.8.8.8, and then you can do that so that when you run your NS lookup on their end, on the receiving end, it looks like this IP address was the one that sent out the ping to try to connect to them, to try to get their DNS information, so that they can't backtrack it to you. That's one of the big things that I've taken away from kind of using these like generic, super basic IP addresses. So it's more for when they try to reverse engineer who tried to connect to them, they see this IP address instead of actually seeing your IP address. So when you run NS lookup, you can definitely just go ahead and change your IP address, or you can go to a service like nslookup.io, which basically just does that for you. You can just go in here and then just type in whatever the website is, and then just find DNS records that way. But this is, of course, not inside of the scope of this room, so they want us to learn how to use the tools that are inside of Windows to be able to do this. So that is the Windows version of the tool, which is NSLookup. So that is basically everything that we got for this. So now the questions here are, which command can we use to look up the server's physical address, which is the MAC address? So that would be ipconfig and then /all, and that would be this command that we would use to get the physical address, which is our MAC address. And what is the name of the process that is listening on port 3389? So if I go over here and try to find the process that's listening on port 3389, in this particular case, I have 3389, which is SVC host that is running, but it's not listening. So if we go up here and try to find the stuff that's listening, we can try to find the one that is connected to 3389. And in this particular case, I believe it's called term service. I think that's what it's called. So term service is probably the one that's listening on 3389. So let's try to put that in here and see if that is actually correct. And it is. Very good. And what is the subnet mask? And this actually I already know because we looked at it. So it would be 255.255.0.0, and that's what we have for our subnet mask. And just to remind you, you can literally just do a basic ipconfig command, and then it will give you your subnet mask, which is right there. So that is it for this particular task. And now we can move on to our next task, which is, I could have just clicked on the next one instead of doing this scrolling. My goodness. Sometimes I make life more difficult for myself. We have file and disk management. And this is, I mean, these things I essentially just dream about in my sleep now because it's like a second language at this point. But this is very, very useful to just be able to navigate the file system and the disk to be able to get information about where you are and where certain things are and how to list things, so on and so forth. So we are going to go through all of those commands now. All right, so file and system management, which is one of the more useful sets of commands that you're going to probably use. And I really hope you're actually running these inside of your own computer as well, or at the very least you've been connected to this virtual machine so you can run them as well. So file and system management, a lot of these commands actually work across multiple operating systems. So for example, the cd command, which stands for change directory, that actually works across multiple environments. So cd in this particular case actually works the same way that pwd would work inside of Linux. So to give you an example here, if I open up another terminal, which is going to be our Linux terminal that we can see here. So if I do pwd, it'll print my current working directory, right? So that's what pwd stands for. If we do it for Windows, instead of doing pwd, all we need to do is just type cd and then press enter. When you do that, it'll print the current directory. So cd would be, in this case, it would be considered to be, I guess, current directory. But the way that I've learned it is that it stands for change directory. So we'll get into that in a little bit. So once you know where you are, which in this case is inside of the C drive and the users folder, and then we are inside of this particular user's home directory. And so if we do dir, it'll list the contents of this specific directory that we're in. So every user will have a desktop, they'll have a documents folder, downloads, favorites, links, music, pictures, so on and so forth. Every user is going to have these very basic directories that are set up for them. And it just comes as a part of essentially every file system. Every modern file system will at the very least have these folders that are available to all of their users. Now what we can do is we can do some hidden displaying as well as maybe even the subdirectories that we want to list. So for example, in Linux, if we do ls.la, it will list everything that is also hidden as well as its permissions and so on and so forth. So in Windows, what we want to do is, and I guess I'm sorry, we're going to get into the Linux shell video and I'm kind of running across the board. I'm like bouncing all around. ADD is kicking in mad strong right now. So if I do dir and I do /a, it'll list everything as well as the hidden files. So it'll display hidden files, system files, and you can see the output is much larger than what we had previously. Of course, we still have the desktop and the documents and everything else, but we also now get a path to every single one of those things, as well as all of these hidden as well as system documents. These things are not visible to the naked eye, which is when you run the basic dir command. So let's do that one more time. So if I run dir, we can see it's just a clean output. It only shows us the stuff that we should technically be seeing. We don't need to see everything else that's a system or a hidden file. And then you have this ... that represents the upper directory, so meaning this specific location that would be represented by the dot, and then the singular dot represents where I am currently, so my current directory. So if you wanted to do that, you would essentially be able to kind of go back and forth. And again, I don't want to jump ahead. I just want to kind of show you where we're at right now. And then we have dir-s or /s that displays the files in the current directory and any subdirectory that exists, which is obviously a lot of stuff. So the current directory that we're at, so let's say it says users, user, start menu, programs, Windows PowerShell, users, user, template. It'll give you users, user, start menu, program, system tools, program, startup, There's a lot of stuff, obviously, that's available for this particular user because these are just natural parts of getting your Windows account set up for yourself. So there's all of these program files that are generic that comes with it and everything else that's associated with it. And what we are doing is we are displaying the paths of those things and all of the subdirectories. So that's what /s does, and then /a will show you everything inside of your current directory, including all of the hidden files and the system files. So the next command that we can run is tree, and when you run tree, this is also another one of those clean outputs, and it'll show you basically a tree view of the directories that you have and everything that would be considered a child directory as well. So in this particular case, we don't actually have any child directories. So what I can do now, I can actually go into the cd command and go into it and hopefully create some things that we can use to view the tree format again, and then be able to run and actually see it cleanly. So what I'm going to do is I'm just going to cd, I'm going to change directory into my documents folder, and now you can see that my command line has actually updated and changed. Now I'm inside of the documents folder. So if I run cd by itself, it'll give me the full path of where I am at, which is the documents folder. And then there's a command which is a universal command, so mkdir, which stands for make directory. And now inside of the documents folder, I'm just going to create a directory called directory, right? And then I will do a dir command, and we can see that inside of my current directory, I have now created another one called directory. Cool. So then I can go inside of the directory, and I'll create another one, and we'll call that files. And whoops, not cd files, sorry, I'm going to do make dir files. And then now we have that. So now we can clear the screen. And so when we ran this, I told you that this represents going up one, right? So if I do cd ... it's going to take me from where I am, which is the directory, and it's going to take me back to documents. So I'm going to do that, and now it's documents. If I wanted to go up 2 levels, I could do cd ... and then do a /... and now it'll take me, instead of taking me directly to the user, it's going to take me to users. So it's going to go up 1, and then it's going to go up another one. So we press enter. Now we're inside of user. So if I do dir, we can see that there's actually the administrator user, the public user, strategos user, and of course the user, which is the one that we have. So we're going to go back into the user directory, and then we're going to do our dir, and then now we have here. So we're going to clear the screen, and now I'm going to type tree. And now I can see that inside of my documents folder, I have a directory, and then I have another files directory as well. So that's what tree does. And it's I love this output because it's actually very user friendly. It's human readable, and it doesn't give you much detail about what files exist or anything like that. It just shows you the child directories as well as all of the directories that are sitting inside of your current location. So if I went up 1, and we were inside of the users directory and we ran tree, it will show us everything that's inside of user. Then it'll show us everything that's inside of the strategos. It'll show us everything inside of public, and even everything that's inside of administrator, because I guess I am technically an admin and I can view the contents of the administrator directory, the administrator user. So that is what tree does. So we're going to go back into user, and that's it. So let's see, what's the next command that we have here? We have cd, we have make directory that we talked about. There's another one called rm directory, so we can actually remove the directory that we've created. So if I go into my documents folder, and if I go into my directory folder, and then I can do rmdir, and I can do files, and that would be removed. So now I do this, and now there's nothing in here, and I can do go back 1, and then I can do rmdir documents, or not documents, excuse me, directory, to delete that directory that I've created. And now we're here, and excuse me, not clear, so CLS, and then so if I do dir, now we can see that that directory has been deleted, and then we can go back into our user folder. So mkdir, like that, makes a directory. rmdir removes a directory. Very, very simple. And then you just need to assign the name. So mkdir files will create a directory called files. rmdir files will remove the directory called files. Now, typically, if something is inside of it, so let's do that real quick. So if I do mkdir files, and then I'll do mkdir files, and then /files2 to just create another directory inside of it. So the syntax of this is incorrect. Interesting. So let's do a dir right here. We actually do have the files directory. So let's say I want to do mkdir, and I'll do files. Maybe I need to do a backslash for this, and then we'll do files2. So okay, yeah, it is a backslash that I have to do for that. So now if I clear my screen and I do a tree, I can see that I created this files directory as well as the files2 directory inside of it. So I want to remove the directory called files. Now if I do this, I will get an error because it says it is not empty. So if it's not empty, typically you have to force it to delete everything, including inside of it. And usually, so in Linux, it's -R to do a recursive delete. So if I do that, it says, oh, I'm sorry, I didn't even do it. So rmdir -R and then do files. And it says the directory is not empty, so you can't do it. So we can't specify. So let's do rmdir, and then we'll do H to see if we can find the command. Oh my God, there's no help command for this. So rmdir /question, maybe that's it. There we go. Okay. So it removes all directories and files in the specified directory. So it's not -R, it's actually -S that ends up removing everything in addition to the directory itself, and then it'll do it in quiet mode if you do -Q. So now that we know this, so what we want to do is we want to remove this directory, the files directory, as well as everything that's inside of it. So what we'll do is we'll do rmdir -S, and then we'll do files, and now, oh, come on. Or maybe it was, what was it? I thought it was, wasn't it? I thought it was S. Is it /S? So rmdir /S, and then we'll do files. There we go. Are you sure you want to? Yes, I do. And now it's been cleared. So now if I do dir, I can see that the files directory is gone. And of course, everything that was inside of that directory is also gone. So there we go. That makes sense. All right. Thank you for bearing with me. I appreciate it. Sometimes I need to do things a few times for it to actually register in my own head. So there we go. We got make directory. We got remove directory. We reran all those. So now let's actually start working with actual files. So if you want to know what the contents of a particular file are, first you can just see what type of file you are dealing with. So let's say, for example, that we actually have something inside of this. So I already know that I have dir. I have a bunch of directories that are in here. There was nothing inside of the desktop, or I don't think so. So let's go to desktop. Let's list that. There's nothing inside of the desktop. So I don't think there's going to be anything inside of this thing that is available for me. One thing that I can run potentially is I can try to find something in here. So let me see if I can find anything that potentially has like maybe a text file or something like that. So let's see if we can find a text file. Okay, cool. So inside of the tools directory, so inside of the main disk, inside of the tools directory, there was another directory called Vim, and then there's another directory inside of that called Vim91. And then inside of this, I can actually see that there are multiple text files. So readme.txt, for example. So if I wanted to see what type of file that was, I would just do type, and then I would write readme.txt, press enter, and then it'll actually say, okay, so it's actually a lot of data that's available to me, and it's not supposed to be it's not supposed to be that crazy of data, I don't think. So let's see. Let's go to the top and see what we get, because this is a lot of freaking stuff right here, dude. Or you know what? I think what it's doing is, instead of telling me what type of file it is, that's my bad. So instead of telling me what type of file it is, it's actually typing out the contents of the README file onto my screen. So this is actually the contents of the readme.txt file. So what is Vim and so on and so forth. That makes much more sense. So I thought it was going to give me the type of file because I'm confused and I think I'm using Linux, but I'm actually not. I'm using Windows. And so in Linux, the type command gives you a different type of response than what happens inside of Windows. So in my particular case, it's actually displaying the contents of the file, which is everything that you just see. That's what it shows us if we try to read that text file. So it's going to dump all the contents onto the screen. So if you don't want to actually open it, you can just use type and it'll just type everything inside of the screen. So that's fine. If we want to use the more command, which I'm not going to do because I thought that it was going to do page by page, but for whatever reason, that's actually not doing it for me. So if I'll just do it one more time. Maybe that's what it is. So there we go. We got this. So what is Vim? That's the very first page. If I scroll down, is it a scroll thing? I mean, the scroll didn't take anything. It's not showing me anything else. So I don't know. I clicked twice. It's still stuck on the same thing. Still not showing me anything else. And pressing down is not helping. Pressing right or left is not helping. Pressing enter. Oh, I see. So you have to press enter to display it. Interesting. Okay, so it's enter that actually gets you the information, which I guess is helpful. I don't know. Whatever. All right, we're going to get out of that. Control C and we're out of it. Okay, cool. So that's what we got. So type will actually print it onto the screen. That's all we got. If you want to do, oh, now we actually have the rest of the instruction. That is so annoying. I can't believe they didn't tell us this. So boom, more. Instead of doing enter, which will do line by line, if you do space, it'll do page by page. There you go. That's how you can go space by page. Okay, or page by page. It's by space. Okay, fair enough. Fair enough. That's actually useful. What we can do now is we can kind of go and create some other files and mess around with files in general. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to go back into my C drive, and then from here I'm going to go into users/user, and it will be inside of our main location here, and then we can go into the desktop, and then we have nothing inside of the desktop. So we got that. So let's see if touch actually works here. Maybe it does. Does it work? There is no such thing such as touch. So touch is another one of those commands that is just for Linux. So one of the things that I need to do is how to create a file. Now, they don't show us this. They only show us how to copy a file, how to move a file, and so on and so forth. And it's not teaching me how to actually create one, which is, I would say, is the first step that I need to learn how to do before I can copy or move something. So first and foremost, I'm gonna learn how to create a file inside of the Microsoft command line, because I'm literally like, I know all of these things by heart because I literally just did the Linux Plus tutorial, and I've worked with Linux so often because I use Kali Linux for pen testing and cybersecurity. So I just need to get better at the command line of Windows. So first, let's find out how we can actually create a file inside of the Windows command line. All right, so I gotta be honest with you, this is actually a little bit disappointing because I thought it would actually be more user-friendly inside of Windows than it is inside of Linux, but it seems to be that Linux command line is much more superior than the Windows command line. So in order for us to be able to create a file inside of the Windows command line, we can do a few things. So we can do type null, which is essentially doing nothing, right? So you're going to type something that is empty, and you can do the forward or the greater than symbol. Is that the less than symbol? Greater than symbol. You can do that, and then you can create the file name. So it will be file.txt, and then that should technically create a file called file.txt. So there we go. That's one way that we can do this. Another way that we can do this is we can use the echo command. And now this specific file, right? So if I do type file.txt, it should empty. So there's nothing inside of it because I literally just did null and I created an empty file. So now that I have this, I can technically just start adding stuff to it. So I can just say hello world, and I can add that to the file.txt. And now we can go ahead and type the file.txt, and we should say hello world inside it. So that's basically two different ways that we can create a file. If you just wanted to create an empty file, you would be able to do it that way. If you wanted to paste something into the file, you could use the echo command. And then there's another one where you can just open the text file inside of a mini text editor, and we can do that this way. Copy con, and then we would just do file.txt, and that's the way that you would open it up in a little text editor. And technically, I guess we are inside of the text editor right now, so I should be able to just do, you know, hey there, this is Hank. Press enter, and do you want to overwrite it? We'll say yes, and technically it's going to overwrite the previous file that we had, so we'll do yes one more time, and then Control Z should be able to save it, and it's not doing it, so let's clear that out. So one file has been copied. So dir, I have file.txt, so let's type that out and see if there's actually, if the file was overwritten, and it says, hey, there's Hank. Oh, there you go. And then we have yes as well, and so that was entered into it as well. So technically you can, I guess, do anything after the fact. So if you do copy file copycon file.txt, press enter, it says, do you want to overwrite it? And I'll do let's say no in this case. See if we can add it. Oh, nothing. Okay, so it'll just kick you out if you do no. So copycon file.txt, press enter. Do you want to overwrite it? Yes, I want to overwrite it. And I'll say, hi, this is Hank. Hope you are well. This is Windows command line tutorial. And I know that's not how you spell command, whatever. And then we'll do Control Z, press enter, and one file has been copied. And so now if we do the type file.txt, there we go, we have all of those commands. So that's a few different ways that you can create a new file. Now that we have this out of the way, now we know how to create a file, now we can do the copying of files, which is basically what they have as our next series of commands over here. So if I wanted to copy the file, so let's go and kind of mess around with that a little bit, and all of those commands are actually very similar to what is available inside of Linux. So thankfully they're quite similar to each other. So first and foremost, let's say I want to copy this specific file that I have and do another version of it, so it would be file2.txt, let's say. So now I can do that, and I can see that I have both of those files inside of my current directory. So copy, just spelled out, that would be the command that you would use to copy the file. So very, very easy to do. And then the next one would be to move the file. So let's say I want to, I'll create a new directory, and then we'll call that files, and then I want to move file2.txt into my files directory, and that file has been moved. So if I can go ahead and do a dir command, we can see that file2 has actually been moved, and then we can do a dir and do files, and it'll display what's inside of the files directory, which is file2.txt. So copy spelled out will copy the file, move spelled out will actually move the file. So very, very simple, very easy to do. Now there's a way that we can actually delete these files, and you probably guessed it, you can actually do it with the erase command spelled out, or you can do it with the del command like that, and then you would be able to delete the file itself. So let's say I have dir right here, and I will go ahead and do erase file.txt, and it will erase it. Now if I run dir again, we can see that that text file is no longer here. And one last command that we can actually use is how to refer to multiple files when you're trying to copy them or create them. So let's say we will do another one. So we'll do type null, and we'll put it inside of file3.txt, and then we'll do type null, and we'll put that inside of file4.txt. So now inside of my current directory, I have two .txt files, and I want to move those txt files inside of my files directory that I've created. So what we can do is we can do copy, and then we can do, or maybe even not copy, so we'll do move. So we want to move all of them, and we will do asterisk, which represents a wildcard character, and then do .txt, and now I want to move all of those guys inside of the files directory. So press enter. Now it says that this one and this one was moved into the files directory. So this asterisk represents basically any value. So as long as that value follows .txt or is followed by .txt, that means that essentially in your particular location, anything that is followed by .txt, is that an extension of .txt, is now going to be moved inside of your files directory. So now if we run dir, we can see that our current directory is empty. And if I go ahead and do dir of the files directory, I can see that all of the files have actually been moved inside of the files directory. So pretty cool little series of commands that we can use. So what we are going to do now is we're going to do a little bit of house cleaning. So I want to make sure that I delete the files directory as well as everything that is inside of it. So I will do rmdir/S, and then I will do files. And you do that, and it says, are you sure? And I'll say, yes, I am sure. And now we can list, and we can see that the files directory is gone. And of course, everything inside of it is also gone. All right, so the one question that we have inside of this task at the very bottom, it's asking us what is the content of the treasure hunt location. So obviously what we need to do is we need to go inside of the C drive, go into treasure, and then go into hunt and find the file. So let's see, let's actually go inside of the C drive and go into treasure hunt. So instead of going up like this, you can actually do this. So you can go C / like that, or / like that, do treasure, and then let me spell that right, and then do hunt like that, and that should just take me there. Beautiful. And then we will do dir, and then we can see that there is a text file. So if I do type flag.txt, there it is. So CLI_power. Now I can just highlight that, control or right click, copy, and then go here and then paste that, and there we go. That's our answer. Very, very easy. Or let's go down here and just click on this thing, make life easy. Very good. Okay, cool. So now we can move on to our official last task here, which is looking at task and process management and getting data about our tasks and processes. All right, so for task and process management, what we're going to do is run a very basic command, which is called task list. And this will just list all of the tasks that are currently running, or I guess we can call them all of the processes. So it's going to list all of the processes that are currently running. We can filter a lot of these things out because the output is actually going to be a very long output in most cases because there's a lot of background processes that are running. So you can check all the available filters, but by of course just doing the task list / and it'll print all of the potential options and flags that are available to combine with the task list command. For example, the U meaning everything for the user that is actually running it. That could be something. -S would give us everything that is remote system that's connected to, that's potentially running. So it's a lot of different options that are available for this. So let's say that we want to find something that is related to the SSH daemon, so sshd.exe. So what we can do is we can actually find it by running a few different flags. So if I do task list, and then I do /f and then I, then I can give it the actual image name, and then image name equals sshd.exe. So that's what it's going to look for. Now fi is used to set the filter image equals to. That's what fi really is for. So fi would be filter image, and it's in caps lock, and then inside of the quotes you would do image name, eq would be equals to, and then ssh.exe. So we run that, and then there we go. We have 3 services that shows up instead of that massive output that we had earlier. So a very, very useful little search parameter that you can combine with the task list command. So we can actually get the PID of it, right? So if we can say, or we can get information about any given PID, for example. So if we want to terminate it, we can terminate the PID of the actual process. So for example, in this particular case, let's say we want to terminate 1544. We can do task kill and then give it the PID option. And then from there, give it the actual 1544, and then it will kill that specific process that's running. So if we want to kill that process, you would do that. In this particular case, I think if I did that, it would actually kick me out of my SSH session. So I don't want to kill it. But if you wanted to kill any given process, you would just do task kill and then the PID option in all caps, and then you would give it the actual process ID number, and it would run it for you. So if we wanted to, now that's basically it. That's all we got for this particular task. And so the questions that we have is, what command would you use to find the running processes related to notepad.exe? So if we combine with what we had previously, so if I did task list /fi, and then I would do image name equals notepad.exe, that would be it. Now in this particular case, there's nothing in this system because there is no notepad processes that are currently running. But what I can do is I can copy this, since I already did it, and I can go over here, go to the bottom, and actually type that here or paste that in there, and then do task list, and there you go. So that's fi would be the image, so find image, and then it would be the image name equals to notepad, and it will actually give you every process related to notepad.txt. Now it says, what command would you use to kill the process with PID 1516? So it would be what? Task kill, and then PID like that, and then 1516, press enter, and there we go. That would be the command that you would run, and it would kill that process for you. And that's it. That's the absolute basics of what we can do inside of the Windows command line. Believe me when I tell you, there's a lot of stuff that you can do inside of the Windows command line. So for example, check disk, right? Running something like check disk will actually check the file system as well as the disk volumes that are attached to your system for any errors or bad sectors. And then there are options that comes with check disk where you can automatically fix all of the problems that it finds for you. I would be careful when I did that because sometimes it will delete something in the process of fixing it and repairing it. And if you haven't done a proper backup, you may lose information or data that is important to you. So just check the file system for errors and bad sectors. You could do that with check disk. If you do driver query, which we already did, which will display a list of all of the installed device drivers that you can potentially do, which is a massive output, as you already saw. You can do SFC/scan now, which will scan the system files for any kind of corruption or repairs, corruption, and then would repair them if it was actually possible to repair them, or if there was a repair that was required. If we do / it will bring us all of the help menu or the help options that are available for any given command. And there's a lot of different ways that we have been able to do that. And usually for any command, even if I know the command, even if I've used it before, I'll pull up the help menu just so I can see what options are available for me. And then we use the command more in a couple of ways. So we did more and then the text, and then we also did the command, and then we did more, where it would display the output of a command in a paged view. So you can press space, the space bar, and it'll go page by page, or you can just press enter and it'll go line by line. So you can do more the contents of a text file, or you can do the command and then pipe the output of that into the more command, and it'll give you everything in the page by page view. So very useful series of commands that we got. This was actually a nice refresher for me, and I even learned how to create a new file, which I had not learned how to do, or I have not done frequently enough that I memorized. I think I've done it in some capacity in like a different tutorial, but I don't use Windows command line that often. So this was really nice for me. I had not gone through this window or this task, so you can actually see that I didn't have these green checkboxes previously. I actually went through this task for the first time with you today. So we were going through it together, and it was a nice refresher for me, as well as some new teachings as well. So we have a couple of commands left to run. So it says the command shutdown -s can shut down a system. What is the command that you can use to restart a system? And I'm just going to say restart -s. And let's say if that's not it. So what does the hint say? So let's see what our hint says here. The hint says shutdown dash and more. Interesting. So that's the full command. Oh no, I see. So that's the command that we would get to be able to find out how we can restart a system. So let's see what I'm gonna guess that it's the -r probably is how you can do it. So if I go shutdown and then do / like that, and then do more, just so we can see all the outputs one by one. So we're looking for something that will restart our system. So this is the very, very first page here. shut down the computer, shut down on the next boot. After that, it'll restart any registered applications, full shutdown and restart the computer. So that could be it. /R is probably it. Full shutdown and restart the computer. Full shutdown and restart the computer. After the system is rebooted, automatic sign-on is enabled, so on and so forth. So let's see what's on the next page. We can see these options, and I think it's the /R. Honestly, I think that's basically it. So let's go back over here, and we will do shutdown -R. Press enter. Okay, so -R was not the answer that they were looking for. So the only other answer that I can think of would be the /G. And I mean, that's literally the only thing that I saw that even has to do with restarting the computer. So I'm gonna say it is the oh, it did. I mean, it was super late, so I guess it is -R. It freaking took a long time for it to tell me that it was actually the right answer, because I kept pressing enter and it wasn't giving me the right answer notification. I'm like, okay, well, I guess that's wrong, but no, it's right. So shutdown /R, that is actually the right answer. And then what we have finally is, what command can you use to abort a scheduled system shutdown? So how to abort a scheduled system shutdown, and it's actually right on the screen actually. So /A would be the aborting of the scheduled system shutdown. So hopefully this one actually works on the first try. So let's do this. We'll go here, shutdown, and then A, press enter, and let's see if that actually works. Okay, that did work, and it gave me the congratulations. So this is actually a new update that they've done to the rooms. So this is this pop-up previously was not something that was displayed, and that took a few seconds for it to give me the final confirmation as well. So but that was the right answer. So shutdown /A was the command that we would use to abort a shutdown operation. So that is it for our Windows command line. And the very next room that we have is the Windows PowerShell, which is going to be something that we will do in the next video. So that is it for this one. Congratulations on making it all the way through, and let's wrap it up real quick. All right, so if you have not already done so, I do encourage you to subscribe. So like, comment, turn on the notification bell, subscribe, all that good stuff, so that you can get notified the next time that a video comes out, especially if you're interested in the cybersecurity 101 pathway, which is really all of the basics that we're going through. And the CySec 101 is actually one of the playlists that we have over here. It's one of the more recent playlists, which is the cybersecurity 101 right here. And it currently has 13 episodes on it, or 13 videos that are attached to it. We're currently on episode 11 from what I remember, but there are a couple of compilation videos that I have connected to it. So that's why we see that there are 13 videos. So if you wanted to look at certain modules in one long compilation video, those are available for you. Or if you wanted to go into room by room, or episode by episode, that's also available to you. Linux certification, Linux Plus certification, that's something that recently came out, and it was actually received very well, and I got a lot of great feedback from it. And then there's just a lot of other playlists that are available, and then if you just want to scroll through all of the videos that are available, all of that stuff is available for you as well. So there's a lot of content that comes through this particular channel, and it's mostly centered around cybersecurity, ethical hacking, pen testing. But then I do listen to the comments that come in, and I do create videos that are requested specifically by the community. So if you have not done so, make sure that you like, subscribe, turn on the notification bell, but also go into the comment section and drop a comment for me. There's a lot of stuff that comes through the comment section. It's very, very active. We have built a beautiful community, and I'm super excited about it, and I'm super grateful for it. And it's just one of those things that I pay attention to everything that people say, because I am interested in delivering content that is valuable to you, and you have specifically requested. So if you haven't done so already, make sure that you like, subscribe, turn on the notification bell, share it, all that good stuff. But make sure you also drop a comment so that I know what you're thinking about. And if you have any questions, I can answer them for you. If you just want to say hi, say hi. If you want to say thanks, all that good stuff is amazing. I love all of that stuff. But if you have any questions, drop your questions as well, so that I can make sure that I can get you the information that you need. So one last note, like, subscribe, turn on notification bell, drop a comment, all that good stuff. And I will hopefully see you in the comment section. And if not in the comment section, I hope I see you in the Hackaholics Anonymous community. So this is actually our paid membership community. It is the premier community, in my humble opinion, for cybersecurity and ethical hacking and security professionals and hackers. And there's a lot of perks that are associated with this community. For example, the exclusive downloads that I give people when we do these massive tutorials like Linux Plus and the upcoming Security Plus tutorial that's going to be coming out. There is, practice questions. There is the document that has all the notes. There is the practice exams that's going to be included inside of the Security Plus. All of that is reserved for our paid members that are inside of Hackaholics Anonymous. We do have the very first tier, which is the supporter tier, which literally you can get access to for the price of one single cup of coffee at Starbucks or something like that. And for that, you get access to the Discord community. If you get any of the advanced memberships, you'll get automatic Python automations that are available at the end of every single month. We'll do a live stream that we do for our members. You get access to the advanced Discord servers. You get access to exclusive content, the exclusive downloads, a lot of stuff that's available. So if you haven't already checked out Hackaholics Anonymous, I do encourage you to check it out. I truly believe that is a really great value. You get a lot of bang for your buck, so to speak, and it's growing, and it's very heartwarming to see that people are actually joining that community. So if you're not gonna say hi in the comment section, or if you wanna take it to the next level, then definitely come inside the Discord community. Even as a supporter, just come inside the Discord community. We'll tag along with you on your cybersecurity journey. You'll get access to me as well as our advanced members inside of the basic supporter Discord. But then if you want to really take it a step further, then you come in as one of the advanced members and you'll get a bunch of perks. So if you haven't checked it out, click on this little red more button, or just watch this little 14-minute video, and then you'll get a breakdown of all the different perks that are available. And then from there, I'll see you inside of the Discord chat. It's your boy Hank Hackerson at Hank Hacks Hackers, your favorite network and system attacker / protector. Love, peace, and chicken grease. If no one else loves you, Hank loves you. And I'll see you in the next video. Peace. This is episode 12 of the CySec 101 series, and in today's episode we're going to be going through the Windows PowerShell command line. And this is all a part of the Cybersecurity 101 pathway that is available in TryHackMe. And today is actually the second video in the command line series that we see over here. In the last video, in episode 11, is what we did for the CMD, the command line for Windows. And in the very next episode, which is going to be episode 13, I want to say, is what we're going to do for the Linux shell and the Linux command line. So if you have not done so already, definitely go check out all of the fundamentals and the basics for Windows and Linux so that you have your ground, your foundation set. And then we're going to go ahead and jump into the intro for Windows PowerShell today. This episode is sponsored by the Hackaholics Anonymous membership community, which is the premier membership community for hackers and security professionals. And you can get access to things like Python automations every single month, access to our Discord servers for the various different levels that we have. You get access to exclusive content, exclusive downloads, and a bunch of other goodies by becoming a member of Hackaholics Anonymous. So if you haven't checked it out already, definitely go ahead and check it out. The link to join is in the description below, and you can also just go to our homepage on the channel, click the join button, and choose the tier that you're most interested in. And then from there, you can join Hackaholics Anonymous. And I would love to see you in the Discord community and to see you in the comment section as well. All right, so here we go, PowerShell. And this is actually one of the most powerful things, no pun intended or anything like that, that has to do with Microsoft. Honestly, PowerShell is actually, I kind of prefer using PowerShell over the CMD executable that is available in Windows. And it's because it has a lot of built-in modules, I guess we can call them, or kind of libraries similar to what goes on with Python, for example. That's kind of one of the closest things that I can attach it to, and they're called commandlets or CMDlets, and I will be going through a lot of those as we go through this tutorial today. But PowerShell, again, is just a very powerful command line utility that is in the category of command line tools when we talk about Windows. So we're about to learn a lot of good things about it. One of them is going to be what it actually is, right? So what is it? What does it do? What is the basic structure of the PowerShell language? And running some basic PowerShell commands, as well as understanding the very many applications that PowerShell has in the world of cybersecurity. And I did an entire video months ago on using PowerShell to enumerate Active Directory, because if you want to use the GUI, which is the graphical user interface, you're more than welcome to. But if you know what you're looking for, and if you know the commands to use, then you can get a lot done very, very quickly by using PowerShell. So for example, the case of the Active Directory video. So if you haven't checked that out, you can do enumerating Active Directory with PowerShell, and that would be one of the videos that's available. And again, it's just a really, really powerful video. And that was one of the very first videos that I ever created around PowerShell. And ever since then, I've just become a really big fan of it. The Windows and 80 fundamentals, which is the last set of videos. So the one right before this one would be episode 11. So episode 10, 9, 8, and 7 were all about Windows and Active Directory fundamentals. And the Windows command line room is essentially one of the other things that would be a good prerequisite for this one. So we can see that I've actually completed this room, which I believe is actually the very previous video. I thought it was a different room, but the video right before this one, which would be episode 11 of CySec 101, is the reference that they were talking about. So if you have not gone through episode 11, that would be another very useful video for you to complete and go through, which would go through the cmd.exe tool. And then today we're going to be going through the PowerShell tool. And this is a subscriber-only room, meaning you would actually have to have a paid subscription to be able to access this particular room. But if you have a Windows computer, which I think most people have at least access to a Windows computer, if you have that, then you can follow along with the commands that we run, because pretty much every single installment or version of Windows has PowerShell, and then you can use it and kind of follow along with the commands that we're running. So really, really easy room, and I'm excited to go through it with you. So let's jump into it and see what we can do. All right, so the first question that we get to answer is, what is PowerShell even? So if we look at the description from the Microsoft page directly, we can see that PowerShell is a cross-platform task automation solution made up of a command line shell, a scripting language, and a configuration management framework. So just from the very basic description of it, it's used for task automation across various platforms. So that's, I would say, probably a very powerful and very useful description of the PowerShell tool. Now, PowerShell is a powerful tool from Microsoft designed for task automation and configuration management. It combines a command line interface scripting language built on the .NET framework. Unlike older text-based command line tools, PowerShell is object-oriented, which means that it can handle complex data types and interact with system components more effectively. And we will be talking about what these objects are, these object orientations of PowerShell. Initially exclusive to Windows, PowerShell has lately expanded to support Mac OS and Linux, making it a versatile option for IT professionals across different operating systems. So it's very, very useful to know that it's actually cross-platform. I was always under the impression that it is only available to Windows, but it seems to be that it's actually available to everybody else as well. So very, very cool and very useful. It was developed to overcome the limitations of existing command line tools and scripting environments in Windows in the early 2000s, as Windows was increasingly used in complex enterprise environments. Traditional tools like cmd.exe and batch files fell short in automating and managing these systems, so Microsoft needed a tool that could handle more sophisticated administrative tasks and interact with Windows' modern APIs. Jeffrey Snover, a Microsoft engineer, realized that Windows and Unix handled system operations differently. Windows used structured data and APIs, while Unix treated everything as text files. This difference made porting Unix tools to Windows impractical. Snover's solution was to develop an object-oriented approach, combining scripting simplicity with the power of the .NET framework. Released in 2006, PowerShell allowed administrators to automate tasks more effectively by manipulating objects, offering deeper integration with Windows systems. As IT environments evolved to include various operating systems, the need for a versatile automation tool grew. In 2016, Microsoft responded by releasing PowerShell Core, an open source and cross-platform version that runs on Windows, Mac OS, and Linux. So PowerShell Core is actually the one that is cross-platform. So the power in PowerShell. To fully understand this, we need to understand what an object is in this context. In programming, an object represents an item that has properties or characteristics, and methods that have characters or actions, excuse me. So an object has characteristics and actions. So for example, a car object might have properties like color, model, fuel level, and methods like drive, honk horn, and refuel. So in PowerShell, similarly, objects are fundamental units that encapsulate data and functionality, making it easier to manage and manipulate information. An object in PowerShell can contain file names, usernames, or sizes as data, which would be the properties, and it can carry functions or methods such as copying a file or stopping a process. The traditional command shell's basic commands are text-based, meaning they process and output data as plain text. Instead, when a cmdlet, or a commandlet is what we pronounce it, is run in PowerShell, it returns objects that retain their properties and methods. This allows more powerful and flexible data manipulation since these objects do not require additional parsing of text. So think about it like this. With basic command line, you are essentially having to designate what the data is, what the command is, or what the properties are, and what the methods and actions are. Versus when you deal with PowerShell, it kind of comes all inclusive. So when you run a commandlet in PowerShell, it returns the objects that retain their properties and their methods. So it just returns an object that actually has the characteristics and actions. So instead of having to parse them and use them individually, you're kind of combining the use of all of those things. This allows for more powerful and flexible data manipulation. So referencing the Active Directory version of PowerShell, the video that I did on that, there was a commandlet that I used where it was like get AD user. So that commandlet would get you all of the AD users, and then from there you would pull the various properties, for example, their names, their usernames, and their user IDs and emails. Same thing with get AD policy, or get AD group, or get AD domain, get AD forest. These are types of commandlets that are run specific to Active Directory that just inside of that command get AD user, it's already doing what you want it to do. It's going to get all of the users and their properties, and then it's going to run the get command that is going to pull all of that information. Now you can kind of filter through that data and get what you want faster. So this is why PowerShell is so powerful. Man, that sounds so corny, but I think you know what I'm trying to say. So what do we call the advanced approach used to develop PowerShell? What is the advanced approach used to develop PowerShell? That's very interesting. Let's see what that answer is. So just reading through this initial description, PowerShell is object-oriented, and I would say that's probably the approach that they're referring to. So let's just paste that in here and see if that's the answer, and that is indeed the answer. So the advanced approach used to develop PowerShell is object orientation. So, or we can say that PowerShell is object oriented. Now that we have that, let's actually go into the basics of PowerShell. All right, so in order to pull this off, we actually have to launch the machine that was attached to this, which is this button, which I already clicked just to get ahead of the game. And then we need to also launch the attack box. Now, the attack box is just an in-browser Linux Ubuntu OS that we use to run all of our exercises. If you want to just use your own computer instead of the attack box, you can definitely do that, but you will need to connect to the THM servers by using OpenVPN. So that way you can actually access the IP address that is used right here, because if you don't use the attack box, or if you don't connect via OpenVPN, these IP addresses are not going to yield anything for you. They're just not going to load and nothing's going to work. So you have to be connected to the servers via OpenVPN, or you have to use the attack box, which comes pre-configured to be connected to the THM server. So that being said, we can then move on to getting logged in to SSH. Now, in this case, instead of using the command line to use SSH, we're actually going to use Remina, or Remina, I guess. And so the Remina is a tool that allows you to SSH login into something. So it's kind of like a point and click SSH connection. And so Remina remote client is what we're going to use to connect via SSH, and then we're going to use the login credentials that we have here with that IP address to be able to get into the Windows computer. And then once we are there, we will have the graphical user interface. Then you'll go ahead and launch PowerShell, which is going to be very easy to do at that point. So first I'm just gonna zoom out of this window, and then we are going to, wrong direction, we're going to zoom out, and then from here we're going to log into our Ubuntu attack box, and then from there we're going to get into the SSH to that Windows computer. So let's do that real quick. Okay, so it has been logged in. It seems like we actually have SSH inside of this Windows computer. So what we have here is that we can launch PowerShell in several ways depending on what we have. So if you're working with a GUI, then these are the possible ways to launch it. If you're not working with a GUI, then we can literally just type in PowerShell inside of the command prompt, and it will convert that window, that command prompt window, into PowerShell. So in this case, we can see that we are inside of the command prompt. So all I need to do is just type in PowerShell and press enter, and then it will convert this command prompt into PowerShell. So it's going to take a minute, I guess. Oh no, there you go. That was it. So we can see, you can be ensured that this was actually done correctly when you actually see the PS at the beginning of your command line, and it has now been converted from what this previous command line was to this actual command line, which is PowerShell with the user captain. So we are now in, and we are ready to go. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to open this up in full screen so that I can just focus on this window, and then I will take these instructions and open them in a separate window so that I can basically just go through the instructions and just demonstrate it for you by inputting everything inside of this window that we see right here. So we officially have our Windows command line here. So let's kind of make this a little bit easier to navigate. And give me one quick second. Okay, cool. So we are officially ready to go. So as we understand is that the basic syntax of commandlets inside of PowerShell are a verb-noun combination. So, you know, get content, for example, that would be a commandlet combination. So get content would work with, you know, retrieving the contents of a file and displaying it onto your display, onto your terminal right here. But you can see that there is get, which is the verb, and then content is the noun in this environment. There's another one that we can use, which is, for example, set location, right? So set would be the verb and location would be the noun, and that changes the current working directory into something else, right? So I could say set location, and I could do C/users and press enter, and it should, I mean, I feel like it's going to take a couple of seconds for these things to actually load, but you can see that as I run it now, my command has been changed into the users directory instead of being inside of the captain's directory. Now, if let's see if we can still run all of our other commands, which, for example, we can. So if I do dir, it will still list the contents of my current directory, and dir is a command that comes with the basic command line, the basic cmd.exe of Windows. And we could probably still even do cd to change directory into captain, and that'll still work as well. So you can technically do set location and change your directory, or you could just do cd and change your directory. But the whole idea here is that commandlets work with a verb noun combination. And then so CLS for clear screen also works, and now we have a fresh PowerShell command line. So our basic commandlets that we need to be aware of so that we can get access to more commandlets and just kind of get the overall idea here. The very first one is called the get command commandlet. And basically what it does is it gives you a list of all of the different commandlets that you can actually use, right? So, you know, wait job, that's a commandlet. Write error, that's another commandlet. You can just go up, right? Set local group, set local user, set location, set process mitigation. And you can go, again, just these are a bunch of different commandlets that are available on this particular instance of Microsoft Windows that I am logged into. And then we have all of these various commands that are available to us, right? So I can actually go to the get AD portion of this. It's not here, so I guess the get AD portion is not listed here for me, but you can very much easily do the get AD and then user, for example, and it will give you the Active Directory user. So let's just do that as an example. Let's see it works on this here. So get AD user, press enter, and it says the term is not recognized as the commandlet. So we have get AD user string, command not found, so on and so forth. So maybe that's not available to me. Let me see if I am maybe missing the syntax, or if it's just not available on this machine. Okay, so I actually had the appropriate commandlet, but I think I may have been missing some options that need to go with it. So we can do get AT user, and we're going to, or AD user, and then we need to assign the filter option to it, and then we're going to filter it in a few different ways. So number one, I want to say enabled, meaning that I want it to actually be enabled. So we're going to say enabled equals true, so we want the username to actually be enabled, and then we're going to essentially pull some properties from it, which would be, for example, the name, and let's say the email address. Let's say we have that, and then we actually run that, and now it says it's actually not recognized as the name of the commandlet, which means that in this particular instance of PowerShell that I'm running, I do not have the get AD user commandlet. And it wasn't available on the list of our commands when we ran through this whole thing anyway, so now I have been rest assured that I cannot pull Active Directory contents and Active Directory users from this particular instance, which is fine. It's perfectly fine. It's most likely because we have logged in via SSH, and maybe it's just also because of the fact that this specific computer that we have, if we run the version command, nothing shows up from us, so it's not recognized because I'm in PowerShell. So ver was actually a command line cmd.exe command. So to be able to get the version of something, then I would have to use the commandlet to actually get that version. So I'm kind of jumping around here, but I do want to see what version of Windows we're logged in on before we continue. So let's see what the commandlet is to actually get the version of the computer. All right, so we have a couple of options here. So let's see, get computer info. Let's see if we can actually get any data from that. And okay, that is working. So it'll probably pull that information for me, and there's a lot of information that it's going to pull here. So what we can do is just go up here and look at the Windows version, which is 2009, and it is what, a Windows Server 2022 data center. I feel like this would, it should have, at the very least, the commandlets for getting AD objects like AD users and groups and things like that, but I guess it wasn't included. So it would probably, I'm going to venture a guess that it's not available because I'm logged in via SSH, and that's the reason why it's not working. But just to not get sidetracked and actually do the exercises that we're supposed to be doing, we're going to continue on with our basic commandlets here. So we had the get command, which is the commandlet that is actually going to get us the list of commands that we can run inside of this particular installation of Windows. So that's what our first one is. And then for each command info object, we can actually retrieve different parameters or different characteristics, right? So for each command info object that's retrieved by that specific commandlet of the get commandlet, some essential information like properties are displayed in our console. So these are the properties that you can see right here, like each one of these. So commandlet, that's the name of it, and these are the various properties that are included for it, right? So it's possible to actually filter the list of commands based on the displayed property values. For example, if you want to display only the available commands of the type function, then we can use the command type function filter or property. So we can do get command, right? And then the command type is essentially what we can see on the left side right here. So this is a CMDlet, right? So these are all commandlets. So what we want to do is we want to filter based on the command type. So that's our filter right here. And that would be done with a dash and then capital C command, capital T type, all in one word. And then you would do inside of quotations the word function. You press enter, and it would only pull up the ones that they actually have the function property as their command type. And now we can see that we have a shorter list in this particular case, and these are all functions that we can do. So you can do the same thing for any other type of command type. So in this particular case, the command type is function, but we can run the same exact command, and instead of function, we can say cmd_let, and it would only build or pull up the list of the commandlets that are available in our list of given commands on this particular machine. So you can filter it by essentially, I would say anything, but in this particular case, the most useful filter would be the command type in the list of commands. And then there is a few other very basic commands that are really useful, which is the get help command. So for example, it'll give you the help menu for any other type of commandlet. So let's say we do get help and then we do get command, right? So we're getting the help for this particular command, which is the commandlet of get command. And then it would give you, hopefully, it'll give me, there we go, the help menu for the get command commandlet. So it says this is the name of it, this is the synopsis, it gets all the commands, and then these are the different syntaxes that you can use. This is the full description of it. These are related links, remarks, so on and so forth. So we can do this with essentially any other commandlet, right? So I could do the help menu of the get date commandlet, and then it will give me the help menu for that specific commandlet. So this is essentially the equivalent of using the man function inside of Linux, where it gives you a manual for something, or using the / inside of the regular command line of Windows to get the help screen for something. So that is very, very useful to know how to do, is to get the help menu so you can understand how each one of these things work. So the first one would be to get the commands by doing get command. And then if you're curious about any of them, you can just say get help and then give the given command, and then it'll get you the help menu along with the synopsis, the description, and the various options, so on and so forth. So get help informs us that we can retrieve other useful information about a commandlet by appending some options to the basic syntax. For example, appending examples to the command displayed above, which would be our get help get date. So if I do get help and then do get date and then do examples, press enter, it will give me examples. So we can go ahead and see what the potential examples are for this particular case. It would be get date, U format, and it will print it out for me in the format that I want it to, so on and so forth. So this is a very useful series of functions. As you can tell, it's actually becomes, the more you stack on these options on top of it, it actually just becomes more and more useful, and it'll start giving you some really powerful tips. So in this particular case, we can actually get examples, and it will be shown a list of common ways that we can use the chosen commandlet, which is in this particular case get date, and then it will give us that information. So it says example 1, get date by itself will do this. Example 2, get date display hint date will give you a different type of output, right? So it'll just give you the date instead of also inputting the time onto the screen. Example 3 would give you the format in the day that you want it. So it would give you the day first, then it would give you the month, day, and year. Whereas in this particular case, I mean, and this one is also doing the same thing, but now instead of doing June 25th, 2019, it's doing 06/25th, 2019. And then you can also do the hours and the minutes and so on and so forth. So there's a bunch of different examples, right? And then they're headed. Each one of them has a header that says example 5, for example, and then you'll go on and get example 7 and so on and so forth. So very, very useful if you just add example at the end of your command for a commandlet, and it'll now give you a bunch of different examples for it. So that's very, very nice. So the next one that we have here is to get the aliases. So we can do the get alias commandlet, and it will give us all of the aliases that are available. So these are PowerShell professional. So it makes it easier for PowerShell professionals, to include aliases, which are the shortcuts or alternative names for commandlets. So these are, for example, the shortcuts for all of these various command names. So instead of doing write output, you can just do write, and it will run this entire commandlet for you. If you do T instead of doing T object, then it will run that commandlet for you. So these are all of the aliases that are available for each one of these different commandlets that exist on our system. And you can see that this list is much shorter because the full list of commandlets that we got earlier when we ran get command was a much longer list. So these are, I would say, probably for the most important ones. For example, so if you do wget, which is invoking the web request, meaning that it's going to pull from some kind of a URL information or data or a download that you want it to pull. So invoke web request is the same as wget, which would actually pull something from a URL. So this is indispensable for users that are already familiar with other command line tools. Get alias lists all the aliases that are available. So for example, dir, dir, is an alias for get child item, and cd is an alias for set location, as we already established. So when we run something like dir, we are technically actually running get child item, and I'm pressing enter and it gives you the same exact thing. So those are two in the same, or one in the same, right? And when we do cd, press enter, I mean, I haven't given it a location, but cd would essentially change the location, change the directory to the place that I want it to change to. So very, very useful to know that there are aliases that are available to these various commandlets that we're going to be using. So there's another thing that you need to be aware of, is that you can actually download commandlets. So that's probably one of the reasons why I didn't have the get AD user commandlet, because it wasn't included, and if I wanted to, I would be able to download it for myself. So another powerful feature of PowerShell is the possibility of extending the functionality and downloading additional commandlets from online repositories. So the ones that are listed in our section require a working internet connection to query online repositories, and the machine that I'm connected to does not have access to the internet, so I won't be able to do it. So what I can do instead of that is I could just go through this entire list that is available for you, just so you can see what potential options you have. So you can download commandlets, and so one in this particular case would be first to search for the modules that are available in online repositories. We can use the find module. Sometimes we don't know the exact name of the module, so it can be useful to actually just go through the list. And we can do this by filtering the name property and appending a wildcard so that it can just pull up anything that has a partial name for it. So for example, commandlet property pattern, and then the asterisk will get you anything that has the name pattern in it. So in this case, we do find module name PowerShell, and it will just pull anything that has PowerShell. So notice that there's an asterisk right there. So pull anything that has PowerShell in it. So for example, PowerShell YAML, PowerShell get, PowerShell module invoke winget, PowerShell for GitHub, so on and so forth. So you would find the module name by filtering for the name property, and then you would just give it whatever you're actually trying to look for, and then hopefully you'll be able to find it. So for me, it would probably be trying to get like get AD user, because I'm so obsessed with it right now, and I'm sad that it wasn't available. So once you've identified the module, can be downloaded and installed from the repository with the install module commandlet, making the new commandlets contained in the module available for use. So once we actually have the name, so let's say PowerShell get is the one that we want, we would come here, install module, give it the name PowerShell get, and then it would say untrusted repository, you're installing module, da 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 da. Are you sure you actually want to do this? And then you would say, yeah, of course I want to do this. And then you download the PowerShell commandlet. So pretty cool, pretty useful to know that you can actually do that. So here are our first list of questions. How would you retrieve a list of commands that start with the verb remove? For the sake of this question, avoid the use of quotes or, so either these double or singular quotes inside of the answer. So we want to find a list of commands that start with the verb remove. And so the syntax for that would actually be right here. It's like right over here. So it's basically this, right? So it would say, you know, find module and then go by the name, and then we just don't use the quotations here, and then we would do remove as our verb that we're trying to find here. So we can do something along the lines of find module name and then do remove asterisk, press enter, and hopefully that's the answer. And let's see if that is indeed the answer. So it's not the right answer. So it says that how would you retrieve a list of commands that start with the verb remove? I thought that was it. So maybe that is not it. So let me see what else we can do here. I think that's what the problem is. So instead of doing find module, we probably, yeah, okay, there you go. So it's asking us to get a list of the commands that start with the verb remove, and that is done using the get commandlet instead of doing it find module, because we're not trying to find one to install. We're just trying to retrieve it from the current list of commands that we actually have installed on the computer. So that makes sense. Next question is, what commandlet has its traditional counterpart echo as an alias? So let's actually go over there and see if we can find our list of aliases one more time, and then get actually that echo one. So get alias is what we're looking for, and then we're going to look for alphabetical. So we have echo, and then the commandlet that would be matched up to it, which in this particular case is write output. That would be the commandlet that we got. So let's do this. So write output, press enter, there we go, perfect. And what is the command to retrieve some example usage for the commandlet new local user? So we would first do get help, then we would do new local user, I can't spell, and then we would do example, or examples maybe. There we go, perfect. So get help, which is getting the help menu, new local user, which is the commandlet that we want, and then examples. So we're just going to get some examples for new local user. Very cool, very useful. I am loving this so far. So all right, let's move on to our next one, which is navigating the file system and working with files. All right, so as we saw, get child item is another one of those kind of commandlets that allows us to interact with the file system and working with files. So obviously there are many more of them. So let's actually run through our list of commandlets that are available for this thing. So the very first one that we had, which was the similarity to dir, is the get child item, right? So that pulls basically all of the contents of the current directory that you are in. So if you want to actually give it a specific location instead of the location that you are in right now, you would then use the path parameter. So you can actually say get child item and then give it a location for the path. So we can do get child item and then do path, and then give it, let's say, we can do dot backslash, meaning the current directory, and then move to documents, for example, and then just list what you have inside documents. And inside of the documents location, we have the captain cabin, and then we have Windows PowerShell. That's basically what's available inside of the documents path right here. So get child item path documents would give you essentially a dir output, right? So if I just did dir and I did this documents, let's see if I can do it without the actual path portion, it'll still do that for me, right? So that works just as well. And then we can do the same thing with the cd command, right? So I can do set location and then give it a path, and then for that I would just do documents, and that will actually take me into documents. And then I can do cd ... and it'll take me back, or I could do cd documents and it'll take me into documents. So the alias is cd, the actual commandlet is set location, but both of them serve the same exact function. Now it just happens to be that it's so much easier to do cd ... and then go do that than having to do set location. That's why we have things like aliases, to just make it a little bit faster for somebody to be able to execute a lot of these commands. So another one is the new item commandlet. So if you want to create an item in PowerShell, we can actually use the new item commandlet. And this is something that it's a little bit, I would say, not really more complicated, but it's a longer command. So let's say I'm gonna start using these actual commandlets just to kind of get it. in my bones here. So I'm going to do set location. I'm going to go into my documents, and then inside of my documents, I want to create a new item, which is going to be a any given directory. So I can actually just do new item in my current directory, and I'm going to do item type, and then we are going to create a directory inside of it. And I believe I would actually need to assign the name to it. So that's the other piece that I have not done. So before I do that, I actually have to use the path option and then assign the name to it. So in this case, I will do the quotations dot backslash or forward slash. I think either one will work. And then we actually need to give the name. So we'll do new dir, and that will be the name. And then we will say item type, and that's going to now be directory. And do that, press enter. And so now we have created a new directory named new dir, and that should be inside of my current location. So if I actually just get the contents of what I want, which is get child item, I will go ahead and get the new dir. That is the new directory that I just created inside of my current documents folder. So you can do it that way by doing new item and then giving the path, and the path is essentially the name that you're assigning to it, right? So this is what I mean when I say it's not really complicated. It's just a little bit of a longer process, but right now it seems kind of redundant because it just feels like we could just do what we did with the CMD exe video and just create something really quickly. But I want to get into the habit of using these commandlets and their various options so that we can, once we get to some of the more advanced stuff, because we're going to actually get into scripting, once we get into some of the more advanced stuff, we get the concept here. We get that there is the commandlet, which has a verb and then a noun, and it has these parameters and these options that you can attach to it, and that will make things, it'll make it easier when you get to the more advanced stuff to kind of wrap your head around all of those things. So that is what we did with the new item commandlet, and we were able to create it for yourself. So now let's actually go into the new dir location. So we'll do set location new dir, and then we'll actually go into the new dir location. Oh, I didn't even have to capitalize it. I feel like now I am inside of this thing. So let me cd one more time and see if I can do set location new dir all lowercase, and it'll still take me in it. Isn't that interesting? So, okay, now I want to kind of experiment a little bit. So I'm going to go back one more time. I'm going to create a new file. So I'm going to do new item, and then I will do as the path, I'm going to put it inside of obviously the new directory. So we'll do the dot backslash, we'll do new dir as the location that we want it to be, and then we'll do file.txt, and that's going to be the name that we want. And then the item type option in this case is going to be a file. And I'm just going to press enter on that, and it's going to complete it, so it'll be fine. So now if I go into new dir properly and do a dir command here, we can see that we have that file. So we're going to go back one more time, and then we're going to do a set location. And instead of doing new dir properly, I'll just do new dir lowercase. And then now here's the thing. Let's see if it actually has the file in here, and get child item, press enter. Okay, so here's what we learned. So when you do your set location, it doesn't have to, it's not case sensitive. So it'll just take you into whatever it is as long as you spell that correctly, and then you'll be inside of the new location. It says new dir all in lowercase, but we can see that the contents of that directory are exactly the same as if we had spelled it with the appropriate cases. So that is actually something that's interesting. I didn't know that before. So now we learned something new. So very, very exciting. Okay, so now that I have created my new items, I need to delete my new items. So in this particular case, what I need to do is I need to remove something. So we can actually have the remove item commandlet that will remove both directories and files. In Windows CLI, you would have to use rmdir for removing directories, and then erase or del delete to actually remove a given file. But what we can do right here is we can just remove the item completely by just using the remove item commandlet. And then we can also copy items, and same thing to doing copy. You would just do copy item as the commandlet or move item as the commandlet. So these are some very, very interesting things that we can do. So before we delete them or before we remove them, let's actually do a little bit of copying. So if I am inside of my new directory and I can see that I have the get child item, I already did it, so it's already on the screen. So what I can do here is I can do copy item, and I'm going to do file txt, and then I'm going to do file2.txt, press enter, and then now I'm going to write get child item one more time, and we can see that we have now officially copied those items. So if I wanted to move them, I'll do move item, which is the same thing as doing move, right? So if I do, and we can just do this as a basic command here. So I can do copy, which will be the alias to copy item that I just did, and I'll just do file2.txt, and I'll put it in file3.txt, press enter, and then I can do dir, which is the equivalent of running the get child item, which will give me the contents of my current directory. So now I can see that copy command actually worked. So it's the same as doing copy item. And now we can do move, which will be the same as doing move item commandlet, and I'll just move file.txt into, let's say, this. Let's see if that'll actually work. And it seems to have worked. It actually did move it, and I didn't even need to give it the full path. I just did the dot, which means I wanted to just put it inside of my documents folder. So then I can now go move item as the commandlet, which should do the same exact thing that move does, and I'll do file2.txt, whoops, and then put that inside of the upper directory. We can list it, and we can see that, okay, that also moved. So now if we go to set location and then move ourselves to one back, we are now inside of the documents folder. And if I can do the get child item, we can list that, and we can see that the files have now been moved to this location. Okay, so we have done copy item and copy. We've done move item and move. So what we can do now is we can go ahead and do some more kind of file workings or file manipulations before we finally just remove these items. So what we can do in this particular case is get the content of these files, but they're empty. So if I just do get content file.txt, there's nothing in it, so nothing's going to print. So I can just do echo, and I will go ahead and put it inside of the or whatever I need to do. So I need to do echo, hello world, and I will put that inside of the file.txt, and that should work. So now if I do get content for file.txt, I now have actually contents inside of it. So that actually works. So get content is the same as writing the type command, which was available in our command line tutorial. So let's see if that actually still works inside of PowerShell. And that does work. So type is, I would say, the alias for the get content commandlet. So we now have that as well. So now we can actually get the contents of a file. We know how to move a file. We know how to copy a file. We know how to create a file by doing new item. We know how to create a directory by doing new item. So now finally, we need to do a little bit of housekeeping here. We need to do a little bit of cleaning up. So we know, so let's clear the screen a little bit. So if we do get child item, we can see that these are the contents that we have. We have the new dir, we have the files, so on and so forth. So what I can do is I can do remove item, which is the same thing as doing a delete technically, but this actually applies to directories as well as files. And I'll do file.txt and file2.txt, press enter. Now it says remote item, the remove item, file.txt, file2.txt. There we go, and it says parameter cannot be found that accepts the argument file2.txt. So it only works with actually one item. So we can only remove one item at a time. I understand. So now that that has been said, so let's see if it worked. So neither of them worked. So we can now do remove item and then do the file.txt. Let's see if that worked. Okay, that's great. Now we can do remove item. I keep doing remote item, remove item, and then do file2.txt, and that seems to have worked perfect. So now we can remove the last path here, which is our new dir. So now let's see, there's contents in it. So let's see what message we get. It says the item at this has children and the recurse parameter was not specified. If you continue, all children will be removed with the item. Are you sure that you want to continue? Okay, so I like that. So it doesn't tell me that I can't do it because it's not empty. It just says, are you sure you want to do this? So I'm going to say, yes, I am sure I want to delete it. And now if I run dir one more time, that directory has been deleted. So I like this a lot more than having to add additional options to it. Even though technically you can do the recurse parameter to actually make sure that everything is deleted without being prompted if you want to do it or not. So technically you can do that. But if you don't include it, it'll just ask you, are you sure you want to do this? And of course you can simply say, yes, I'm sure. And then it will delete it for you. So very cool. I'm very, very excited about that. That actually worked. So now let us go to our questions here. So at the bottom, it says, what commandlet can you use instead of the traditional Windows command for type? And so type prints everything onto the screen. So it would be get content, I believe, is the commandlet. Excellent. What PowerShell command would you use to display the contents of the user's directory? For the sake of this question, avoid the use of quotes or inside of your answer. So we are trying to do the contents of the user's directory. So it would be get child item and then the path, and it's going to be the C and then / users like that. And there you go. That is the command for that, to get the contents and how many items are displayed by the command that is described in the previous question. So let's actually go and pull that up. So get child item of the users directory. So let's actually go and do that and see what we got inside of the users directory. So we can always just do the set location and change it, but we're not doing get children. We're doing get child item, and we are going to do the path, and the path is going to be the C users location. And so what do we got? We got 4. So administrator, captain, pirate, and public. And those are our 4 items. And voila, we have all the answers. So very cool. Really excited about it. Now we can move on to piping, filtering, and sorting data. So piping is a technique that we use in command line environments that takes the output of one command and it uses that output as the input for another command, and it's represented by this pipe symbol that we see over here. So for example, if I do the get child item and then pipe it to using the sort object and using the length parameter. So I'm going to get all of the child items of this specific location, and then I'm going to take the output of that, which would essentially just print everything normally, just tell us what is inside of our directory. But except this time, now we're piping the output into the sort object commandlet, and then we're going to sort it by its length. And then that way now it's going to go in ascending order. So this one is 0, this one is 264, and then 264, and then 2116. And it's sorting in ascending order by the length of the item. So that's one way that you can pipe the output of one commandlet into the input of another commandlet. That's how that works. So we can do this in a variety of different ways. So you can say get child item where the object, so get child item, it's going to get all the contents of the directory. You're going to pipe that into where the object, so it's not saying where the object, but it's basically saying where the object of these child items, the property of it, meaning the extension property of that child item, equals to .txt. So now it's going to find any object that has .txt as its extension. So get child item, pipe the output of that into where object property extension equals txt. And now it's only going to pull up the files or items inside of this location that actually have the txt extension. So you can do this in a lot of different ways. And the operators that we deal with in a lot of cases have to do with the equal to, not equal to, greater than, less than, greater than or equal to, or less than or equal to. Now these are, for more often than not, if you just use equal to or not equal to, you can actually use that for for strings, for string values. But when you start doing greater than, you're actually just only filtering for objects that have a specific numeric value or specific integer value, because you can no longer say greater than when you're just using strings as the comparisons. So greater than or equal to, less than or equal to, all of those things are going to be relevant to numeric objects, right? So it actually has to have some kind of a digital value, a digit integer value, so that you can actually use greater than or equal to, so on and so forth. But equal to just by itself, EQ, as you can see right here, where we created this previous command, it can actually be used for strings as well, or essentially we can say text or alphabetized alphabet characters, as well as numeric characters, integers. So everything else has to be just for integers. You can also do something with the concept of like. So if you don't know what it is exactly, you can say that you want the name. So for example, get child item where the object property name. So in the name property of that object, I want to see if it's anything like ship, and then of course you would need to include that wildcard character. So now what it's going to pull up is any name that sounds like or looks like it has ship in it, and then everything else. So in this case, the only thing that was available was ship-flag.txt. So in this case, you're over here, you're saying that it actually is equal to this, whatever this thing is that we're looking for. In this case over here, what we're saying is it's like this. So meaning that it includes this somewhere in its name, and I want you to pull anything that has that in its name. And then we have the selection of that object, which means now it's going to start displaying certain contents for you. So if I do get child item and then pipe the output of that into the select object commandlet, I have to give it the parameters that I'm selecting. So now I want to select the name of this thing, and I want to select the length of this thing, and I want you to display it for me. And what it's going to do is it's going to display it for you in that exact order. So if we pay attention to the output in this case, first came length, then came name. But when we do this in this case, where we do select object, it puts it in the order that you actually designate over here. So it will first do name, and then it will do length, or essentially any other object parameter, object property that you have chosen. So the pipeline can be extended by adding more commands, as the feature isn't limited to just piping between two commandlets. So you can actually combine it with multiple commands. As an exercise, we can build a pipeline of commandlets to sort and filter the output with the goal of displaying the largest file in the user's Captain Documents, Captain Bin, or Captain Cabin directly. So or directory. So we can actually do that and then see what the potential response is. So let's try it out and see if we can come up with the appropriate command to sort the output of the contents inside of this directory. So let's see what we can do here. Okay, so the first thing that we would first do is just get the child item of the path that we're looking for. So the path in this particular case would be the C users, users captain documents, and then the captain cabin. So let's enter that, see if we can get it. Okay, so there we go. So we got all of the child items, and so now we're trying to sort them in with the largest file inside of this thing. So we want the largest file inside of this whole location. So I know that if we do the get child item path, it'll give me that output. So what I need to do in this case is I need to pipe the output of this into the sort object commandlet that we had before. So we're going to do sort object and then length, right? So length was the thing that we had, and then we're going to press enter, and I mean the output is exactly the same, so that didn't really change much. But we want so this is ascending, so we want a descending length. So what I'm going to do is I'm just gonna do this right here. So let's do how do you spell descending? Descending, I think that's it. So descending, press enter. Okay, that worked. Okay, so cool. So it actually did all I had to do was just do dash descending, and now it gave me the same contents in descending order. So technically I have the largest one at the top, but it's saying that the goal is to display the largest file. So you want to just display the largest file. So what we can do is run the command, and now we can pipe this, the output of this, into another commandlet, which for us was it's going to be selecting an object, right? So you're going to select the object out of all the objects that you have, which is the first object that we want. So it's basically this object that we want. Oh, I accidentally pressed enter. So it's basically this object that we want. So that I don't know how to do. So I got to go actually kind of do some research to see what I can find here. Oh, interesting. So I guess it could be this. So I could do first and then first one and then press. Oh, there you go. So I guess same thing. If I could do this and do first two, it'll print the top two. Okay, that makes sense. So you just do select object and then the first parameter, and then you feed it this argument, which will be the number of results that you want. So you can do the same thing in ascending order. So I could do this, I could do first one, and then go back here, and instead of doing descending, I could just say sort them by their length and just leave it like that, and then press enter. So now it should bring the smallest file, right? So it organically just goes in ascending order. So if you just do it in descending order and then do select object, the first one, then it would bring you the largest file. So yeah, that's it. That's basically what we got for our exercise. So it's, you know, we piped the result of get child item from this path without actually going into that path. And then we piped the result of that output into the sort object commandlet. And then we sorted it by length. And then we can do the select object commandlet. So we piped the output of this one. Once it's been sorted by length, we piped the output of that into the select object commandlet, and then we were able to pull the first one, which in this case is going to bring the smallest file because it's going in ascending order. But if we did the descending version, which is what we had over here, then it would print the largest first, and that would go into descending order. So, all right, that's pretty cool. That's not bad. That was a useful little exercise. I like that a lot, actually. We can see that this is now becoming, as you start stacking these things on top of each other, you can see how useful the commandlets are now becoming. And the last one in our particular set of filtering commandlets is the select string commandlet. And it searches for the text pattern within files, similar to what is done with grep inside of a Unix-based or Linux system. And it uses, or the I guess the find string command inside of the command prompt. So select string acts as a search function, so to speak. So it's commonly used for finding specific content within log files or documents. And so this is an example that we have here. So we do select string, and then in the path for Captain Hat text. So inside of that text file, you're looking for the pattern hat. And then it's going to pull it, and it's going to say, I guess this is on line 8, where it says, don't touch my hat. And that's where it pulls. So it actually pulled the entire line. The select string commandlet fully supports the usage of regular expressions. So if you don't actually know what you're looking for, instead of doing pattern and then giving the word itself, you can actually put regular expressions in it, which is very, very powerful. If you don't know how to use regular expressions, I highly, highly recommend you go ahead and watch the video on regular expressions that's on this channel. It's a really good video, and it teaches you how to create them, and it teaches you how to use a few different sources or resources to verify them, so that you can make sure that you're using the right patterns as you craft your regular expressions. So this is actually very, very cool that you can just use the same pattern parameter here and then give it anything as an argument, and that argument could actually be a regular expression pattern. So that's very, very useful. The only question that we have here is, how would you retrieve the items in the current directory with a size greater than 100? For the sake of this question, we're going to avoid the use of quotes. So we're going to retrieve the items in this current directory. We're going to sort them, and then with a size greater than 100. So let's see how we can craft this specific little command here. Okay, so the first step would be to get the child items, and then we're going to pipe that because we're just using the current directory. So it's the get child item, and then we are going to look for stuff that is greater than 100. And I believe we would use the where object portion of this. So where do we have select object, and then we have this. So get child item where the object property is greater than, right? So we'll probably end up doing greater than, and then right here, so greater than, and then give it the size. And so essentially it's the length, which is the size in this particular case. So we are going to give the greater than. So it's going to be get child item where object, and then the property that we're looking for is the length. So where property length is greater than 100, like that. I think that would be it. Sweet. Okay, great. So you're going to pull the child item, meaning you're going to get the contents of the current directory, and you're going to pipe the result of that, the output of that, into the where object commandlet, and then you're going to search by the length property, and you want that length property to be greater than 100. And there you go, just like that. It worked. that was kind of like tongue-in-cheek, but I'm glad it worked. Okay, very good. All right, so now let's move on to the system and network information. All right, so now it seems to be that we're kind of getting closer to the automation portion of this whole thing. So the concept here at the very first line, it says PowerShell was created to address a growing need for automation and management tools to help system administrators and IT professionals. As such, it offers a range of commandlets that allow the retrieval of detailed information about the system configuration and network settings. So for example, get computer info, which is something that we ran earlier to try to get access to some information about the version of the Windows that we're currently logged into. So the get computer info retrieves comprehensive system information, including operating system, hardware specifications, BIOS, and more. It provides a snapshot of the entire system, and that includes all of the stuff that you just talked about, and everything is done in a single command. So it is the counterpart of system info, which basically retrieves only a small set of the same details, and we use this inside of the command line or the CMD exe version of this training series, which is basically the last video. So if you run get computer info, this is where we get all the information that we saw previously, because we've actually just ran this commandlet earlier in this video. So you are kind of already associated with it, or you're familiar with it. There's another one, which is get local user, which helps us pull all of the local user accounts on the system. And the default output displays for each user their username, account status, and the description. So we can see it here. We have the username, the enabled or disabled account status, and then the description of this particular user. So this is the get local user, and it'll pull all of the users that are available on this particular machine. And then similar to ipconfig, we can actually get the net IP configuration. So ipconfig, if you remember from the last video, pulls your IP address, it pulls your subnet, it pulls your default gateway, so on and so forth. The equivalent of that as a commandlet would be to get the net IP configuration, which provides detailed information about the network interfaces on the system, so including the IP addresses, the DNS servers, and the gateway configuration. So we can see that here, right? So this is the IP address, the IPv4 IP address. We have the IPv4 default gateway. There is no IPv6 default gateway that's over here. And then we have, of course, the DNS server. There's no IPv6 address, which is actually kind of interesting. I would think that maybe they cut off the response or something. But so the get net IP configuration is acting the same way that ipconfig does in the regular command line. So in case we need specific details about the IP addresses on the network interface, we can use the get net IP address or get net IP address commandlet, and it will show detailed for IP addresses that are configured So including anything that's not active. So we have net IP configuration, which is currently what's going on, that is active, that's actually running. And then the stuff that is not active would be done with get net IP address. So then it will bring you, this is the IPv6 address that we have at the top that we didn't have in this particular case. And then we have the IPv6 address family. What else do we got? The address state, I guess, the skip as a source, whether or not it's active stored, so on and so forth. But at the very least, we were able to get the IPv6. So we can see that the IPv6 address was pulled by the get net IP address, because technically, I guess IPv6 is not active on this particular system, and only IPv4 was active on this particular system. And we can have this over here as well. So IP address, I didn't realize that there was another section at the bottom right here. So this actually gives us the full output right here. So we actually have our IP address number 1, that would be the loopback address, which is most likely 127.0.0.1, and then which is IP 178.209, which is the actual IPv4 address for this particular case. And then this is the local, the loopback address, which is 127.0.0.1 as well. So it gives you the full information. And then right here, you can see these square brackets and the ellipsis, which means that there is more information under this, right? So you have the IP address, and then the interface, and the alias, so on and so forth, address family, and then all of these other things that we see on the first one is also included for this one, and this one, and this one. So it gives you the full IP address configuration, including everything that is inactive as well as all of the active ones. So this allows IT professionals the ability to quickly access crucial system and network information directly from the command line, making it easier to monitor and manage both local and remote machines. So we have the commandlets of get computer info, which was the very, very top one, right? So get computer info, get local user, get net IP configuration, and then get net IP address. Those are the 4 that they shared with us. So other than the current user that we have in default administrator, what other user is enabled on the target machine? Okay, cool. So let's actually go and get all of our local users in this little target machine. So let's zoom in here and see what we got. Let me clean the screen here. So get local user is what we got. And so other than me, which is captain, and then the admin, and there's the default account, there's guest, and then there's this guy. So pirate. Let me see if I can copy this. Can I copy this? I guess you can, right? Copy. There you go. So we can do that. So let's go over here. And what just happened? Okay, there we go. And we're going to paste that. That should be our user. Very good. So this lad has hidden his account among the others with no regard for our beloved captain. What is the motto he has so bluntly put as his account's description? So what is his description on his account? It says a merry life and a short one. That is his description. So we're going to take this whole thing, including that period at the end, and then we're going to do copy. Very good. And then go right here. And then let's paste it inside of his description. Why is my screen taking so long to load? All right, here we go. And we paste that. And there it is. So that would be the answer for that. Now there's a small challenge here, and we need to do it to put everything together. So it says this shady lad that we just found hidden among the local users has his own home folder in the users directory. Can you navigate the file system and find the hidden treasure inside of his home directory? So we're going to go to his home directory inside of our users directory, and let's try to see what data he has hidden in his situation. So let's do I'm gonna do the let's do set location, so we can actually really get a hang of this whole thing. So set location, I want to go into C users, and then I'm going to do get child item to see what's going on, and there he is. So we actually have his freaking location here. So we're gonna do P1R4T3 pirates. We're gonna go inside of that, and then we're gonna get the child items in here. And so get child item is not recognized, or is it get child item? So get child item. Oh, there we go. I see. So not child items, get child item. So okay, singular. So what did they say? They said it's inside. Was it hidden treasure chest. Maybe that's where it is, huh? So let's go to the set location and do hidden. And if I press tab, it doesn't, oh, it does fill it in. Perfect. So hidden treasure chest. And now let's do another get child item. And we have the big treasure. So now we're going to do get contents, or content maybe, big treasure txt. And there it is. So look at that. Wow, that's fancy. Look at this guy. So that's the flag. So that's probably what they're looking for. So we're going to do this. Copy that. And then go inside of this location. And then paste that. Am I doing it? There we go. And then let's see if that's the answer that they were looking for. Cool. That is indeed the answer. So we have made some very decent progress so far. So now let us move to the next portion of this, which is real-time system analysis. To be able to gather more advanced system information, especially concerning dynamic aspects like running processes, services, and active network connections, we can leverage a set of commandlets that go beyond static machine details. The get process commandlet provides a detailed view of all the currently running processes, including CPU and memory usage, making it a powerful tool for monitoring and troubleshooting. So you run that and it gives you, these are the processes. So that's the process name, the CPU usage, the memory usage that's actually going through. So this is actually very useful. Then you have the get service commandlet that allows the retrieval of information about the status of services on the machine, like the which services are running, which ones are stopped, paused. It's usually used extensively in troubleshooting by system administrators, but also by forensics analysts trying to hunt for anomalous services that are installed on the system. So we would run get service. It will give us the display name, and then it gives us the actual name of it, as well as the status. So Amazon SSM agent is the display name here. And so I would assume that the name and the display name may be different, right? So maybe the hacker has a good display name and you see it and you're like, oh, that looks normal. But then you actually go look at the name itself and you're like, oh, this is actually kind of, it looks malicious. Maybe the name of the thing is not proper, right? So this is BFE, which is actually base filtering engine. And that means that you can have a name that is different from the display name, and the display name, as it implies, is what we see on the surface level. So we would have to go a little bit further to try to see what the name of the executable or the service or the process is. And then we have the network connection. So get net TCP connection, which displays the current TCP connections, giving insights into both local and remote endpoints. This commandlet is particularly handy during an incident response or malware analysis task, and it can uncover hidden backdoors or establish connections towards an attacker-controlled server. So this actually gives us all of the get net TCP connections. So this is very similar to the netstat command that would give you all of your connections. So it would give you all of the TCP connections and whether or not they are listening, whether or not they are currently kind of in limbo or waiting, right? And if the connection has actually been established, which is also very important to understand. So if we ran this for our current machine, we should see at least one established connection that is to our attack box IP address, which is 10.10.87.39. So let's do this. Get net TCP. Is that what was it? I forgot already. It's get net TCP connection. So let me run that. Get net TCP connection and run that, and let's see what that does. And it should give me my connections. So I want to find at least one established connection in this environment, and one of them, so let's see, remote port, we got all these guys, and it doesn't show me. So let me see, maybe let's see. So I need the state of this to actually be available as well. So maybe we need to kind of expand this out, but it doesn't give me the state. It just says remote port, remote address, and so on and so forth. So it's not giving me the state of these connections, which is not what I'm looking for. I want the full thing. I don't know why I'm not getting the freaking full thing. It's so annoying. Okay, anyways, but get net TCP connection should give you all of your connections. Even though it's not doing it for me right now, it should give you all of your connections from your machine and anything that's listening and anything that's been established. And then we have get file hash, which is very useful, and it will give you the hash value of something. And hash values, as we talk about in the Security Plus training series that's going to be coming up in the next week or so, the hash values is something that is used to establish the integrity of something and check whether or not the integrity of something has been altered, right? So if you get one hash value and then you check on that file or that folder or that software in a week, and then you see that the hash value of that software has changed, that means something about that software has now been altered. That's why the hash value has changed. So it's a very useful command list for generating file hashes, which is particularly valuable in incident response, threat hunting, and malware analysis, because it helps you verify the file integrity and detecting potential tampering or alterations of those files. And they use file hashes a lot with forensic analysis and chain of custody mechanisms to make sure that files have not been tampered. So get file hash, very, very useful. So these command lists collectively provide a comprehensive set of tools for real-time system monitoring and analysis, proving especially useful to incident responders and threat hunters. So in the previous task, you found a marvelous treasure carefully hidden in the target machine. What is the hash of the file that contains it? So we're going to go get the hash of that specific file, which was the, whatever it was called, the treasure something, right? So let's go over here, and then we're going to now do one more time. We're going to do a dir command here, and there's the big treasure text file. So I'm going to do get file hash, and then big treasure txt, and there we go. Look at that freaking hash value. That's nuts. And SHA-256 is the algorithm that it pulls for you by default. I'm pretty sure that you can actually go and pull a variety of other algorithms for the hashes, but in this case, it didn't say that they want it different. We just want the default, which is SHA-256. So that is the right answer. What property retrieved by default by the GetNet TCP connection contains information about the process that has started the connection? So what property retrieved by default by this contains information about the process that has started the connection? So we can actually pull this up from here. So local address, local port, remote address, remote port, state, applied setting, and owning process. So the process that has started the connection, I would say it's probably local. Is it right? Local address? Is that what it is? The property retrieved by default by getTCP that contains information about the process that has started the connection. So it contains information about the process that has started the connection. And that would be, I would say it's either owning process. It's probably owning process actually. So I'll try owning process. If not, I will have to do some research. So owning process. Oh, that is the right answer. Hey, let's go. Tongue-in-cheek guessing, and it's working. It's time for another small challenge. Some vital service has been installed on this pirate ship to guarantee that the captain can always navigate safely, but something isn't working as expected, and the captain wonders why. Investigating, they find out the truth at last. The service has been tampered with. The shady lad from before has modified the service display name to reflect his very own motto, the same that he put in his description. With this information and the PowerShell knowledge you have built so far, can you find the service name? So what we're looking for is the display name. So what we can see is getting service. So we're going to get service, and then we're going to do the display name. And the display name is supposed to match this freaking string that we had right here at the end of this one. So I'm actually going to copy the string, and then I'm going to say if I can actually copy this and maybe go and create this command where it says where the object of that service display name, where the object is, you know, whatever that slogan is. So we're going to do get service, and we're going to pipe it into the where object property display name equals that. So let's see if I can actually create this command that will give me exactly the response that I'm looking for. So here we go, get service, and let's just run this by itself and see if we can find that. Okay, so it's here, and it's too many responses here. So from here, I'm going to now go to the display name, and then we're going to put that string in there. So we're going to run this one more time, get object, and then we are going to, or get service, excuse me, where object property equals this thing. So we're going to paste this in here, and let's see, a merry life. Let's see if anything shows. So property equal invalid argument where object da da da. So maybe property doesn't need to have a dash in front of it. So let's remove the dash of the property. If not, I have to go and remember how to do this. And nothing showed up. So let's do where property, and then we will do, instead of equals, we can do like. Maybe that's what it is. And that didn't show anything either. So what I'll do is I'm going to remove that, and I'm just going to do a merry life, and then I'm going to do the asterisk and press enter, and nothing. So maybe I'm not using this correctly because I don't want to sift and sort manually. So I want to get good at running these commands. So let me see if I can find the right way to design this. Oh, I see. You know what? I think I actually missed this one thing. So the dash property part was right, but I needed to put the display name, I believe, inside of that. And so let's see. Okay, so let's go back over here. We're going to go where object property. So we'll do this. We'll go here. Property is still going to be dashed. And then what we're going to do is right after this, we need to put something else like display name, like that, is like this. Damn, look at that. That is sweet. Okay, so that's the actual command, right? So get service where the object property, so dash property, and then we're looking for the display name property, which is this thing right here. And then we're going to use the like, and then put a merry life, and then an asterisk at the end of it, and then we can see that it fills in the rest for me. So a merry life and a short one, and this is the name of the thing. How crazy is this? I love when things work. It's so exciting. So I'm going to copy that, boom, and now we're going to go over here, and we're going to go to our task that we were on, the real-time analysis. We're going to go down here. Come on, work. Let's go. Okay, cool, boom. I'm so excited. Hey, stop it. Stop bothering me. Go here. I don't know what's going on with my system. There we go. Boom. I know that's going to work. So my system is running slow for whatever reason. I don't know what's going on. I feel like I may have too many things open right now. And I'm recording, so that's probably an issue as well. And I'm on a Wi-Fi that is not fast because I'm not on my home Wi-Fi. I'm at a relative's house and they don't have strong Wi-Fi. So that's basically where I'm at right now. But we're almost done. So we're on our last task before we get to the conclusion, which is the scripting task. So let's talk about that. So if you don't already know, scripting is the process of essentially writing a document. Inside of that document, there's going to be a bunch of different commands that get executed in order, and that is considered to be a script. And scripts are great for automating a variety of different tasks. Essentially, if you know the commands that you're running, you can just put it inside of a script, and then that script will execute each one of those commands in order, and it will do wondrous things in saving you time, energy, and a lot of times headache, and so on and so forth. And what's powerful about it is that when you have a script that can do a certain function, you can then reuse that script every single time without having to worry about an error being made in the execution of those commands. So for example, you want to create a new user, you want to make sure that the new user has certain parameters set in place, and then you want to just assign the group that they belong to, and so on and so forth. So you can write a script for that. It'll create the new user, and it will just ask you, hey, which group do you want them to be in, and so on and so forth. And it becomes very, very easy to repeat tasks flawlessly without any errors by using a script. So scripts are amazing. They save time, they reduce chance of errors, they allow you to do complex tasks that are very tedious or just repetitive, and you can do them very quickly at just running one script, and it will just do all of the tasks for you. So in PowerShell, learning scripting for us goes beyond the scope of this particular room. However, we need to understand that what it actually can do for us. So I'm not going to start creating scripts for you. If you are interested in the concept of scripting, I do recommend that you check out the Python video that we have that teaches you how to make algorithms. So you can do Python for cybersecurity on the channel, and I'll teach you the basics of Python and how to create algorithms. By the end of that training series, you'll learn how to create algorithms for cybersecurity. There's also a shell scripting video that is for Linux that goes through the same concepts. It's just a little bit different syntax, but the concepts are the same, creating for loops and while loops and conditional statements, if statements, so on and so forth. So the power of scripting is very, very, very amazing. It's like especially once you start running some of these things and you can see it work in real time, the first script that you create that actually works for you will blow your mind, and you'll get addicted to it, and you will never want to do things the old way again. So for blue team professionals, which are people inside of the defensive part of security, so these are incident responders, malware analysts, threat hunters, security analysts, PowerShell scripts can automate many different tasks. So for example, analyzing logs, which is one of the things that we talk about in the Python scripting video, because you create algorithms that can help you analyze logs and even take actions on your behalf. They can detect anomalies. They can extract indicators of compromise. These scripts can also be used to reverse engineer malicious code or malware, or automate the scanning of systems for signs of intrusion. So scripting can be very powerful in the context of defensive security or blue teaming. Then you have the red team, which is offensive security. So you have penetration testers, ethical hackers. PowerShell scripts can automate the task like enumerating systems, which I have actually created before and I've given to our Hackaholics Anonymous members. System enumeration, subdomain enumeration, port enumeration, service enumeration. They can execute remote commands. They can craft obfuscated scripts to bypass defenses. The deep integration with all types of systems makes it a very powerful tool for simulating attacks and testing the system's resilience against real-world threats. And then we have, just in the context of cybersecurity as a whole, system administrators benefit from PowerShell scripting for automatically running integrity checks automatically. They can manage system configurations automatically. They can secure networks. They can run remote or large-scale environments securely. PowerShell scripts can be designed to enforce security policies, to monitor systems and the health of those systems, to respond automatically to security incidents, and enhance a lot of different things in the context of security. But it would be the system administrator's job to do those things. So if they learn how to do scripting, then it helps them run massively useful activities and scripts to just help their job, right? So whether you use it defensively or offensively, scripting in general, whether it's PowerShell or Python or Shell, Bash, in Linux, any of these types of scripting is a very powerful capability that you will use in your cybersecurity toolkit, in your arsenal. So before we conclude this, we can't go without mentioning the invoke commandlet, which is essential for executing commands on remote systems, and it makes it fundamental for system administrators, security engineers, and pen testers. It enables efficient remote management, and combining it with scripting, automation of tasks across multiple machines. So it can also be used to execute payloads or commands on target systems during an engagement by pen testers or attackers alike. And we can do this like so. So if we just run the get help commandlet to get more information about the invoke command and then use examples of it, we can see a bunch of different examples. So for example, you can run a script on a server. So you do invoke command and then file path, which would be the PS1 extension, is the extension of a PowerShell script. So you would say, this is the file path of what I want you to run, and then I want you to run it on this computer. So that's one example of using invoke command. Another one would be invoke command, give it the computer, and then give it the credential. So this would be the credential, and then you say script block, and then this would be the specific, I guess, command that it's going to run, right? The specific script that it would run, which is the get culture script block or commandlet that it would use instead of actually giving it a PowerShell command. So there's a lot of different ways that you can run it. Obviously, there's going to be more examples of this, and I'm not going to go run through each one, but this specific series of commands is actually very useful. As when I learned about it, which is today, I learned about it today. I'm going to use it as frequently as I can, because it's nice that they give you examples, right? So they say this is actually an example command that you can run using this specific tool that you want to use. And then from here, they give you a bunch of different commands. So the one that we ran earlier, I was going like by 7 or 8 examples. So the first 2 examples provided by this page and report above are enough to grasp the simplicity and power of the invoke command. The first example shows how it can be easily combined with any custom script. The second example demonstrates that we don't need to know how to script to benefit, because we can actually use something called the script block and use any other commandlet that will allow you to kind of run it as if it was a script. We can execute any command or sequence of commands on the remote computer. The result would be the same as if we were typing the commands in a local PowerShell session on the remote computer itself, running, typing them manually. So very, very powerful. I absolutely love the fact that they shared this. It's not a lot of information that they shared, but even that little piece of information is extremely powerful. So what is the syntax to execute the command get service on a remote computer named Royal Fortune, and assume that you don't need to provide credentials to establish the connection? So what we want to do is execute the command get service on a remote computer named Royal Fortune. So we are going to use this specific example. So we're going to do computer name, and the credential is going to be Royal Fortune, and then the script block is going to be get service. So I'm literally just going to copy this right here, and I'm going to paste it, and then we're just going to modify it as we need to. So we're going to do that, invoke command, and then we're going to execute the command get service. So it's going to be this piece that needs to be changed to get service, and then we are going to change the credential of this instead of domain 01. So does it say to us anything about that? So it says computer name Royal Fortune, assumed you don't need to provide credentials to establish the connection. The computer name is Royal Fortune. So actually I don't need to provide credentials, so I can just delete this credentials portion. So we're going to delete that, and that should be fine. And the computer name is now going to be Royal Fortune. So we're just going to change that to Royal Fortune and enter, and voila. How awesome was that? So we are officially done with all of the main tasks of our PowerShell video, and now we can real quick run through the conclusion here. So well done. There really isn't anything else that's left for us to cover in this particular case. We can literally just click complete and we will be done with this room. And the very next one that we're going to talk about is the Linux command line. I have released so many Linux videos on this channel, and we're going to be going through the basics of the Linux command line. So if you haven't watched any of the other videos, I guess this will be useful to you. But if you've watched any of the other Linux videos, the most popular video that exists on this channel is a Linux SysAdmin video that we go through the command line with it. So if you haven't watched any of those videos, you're in for a treat, because we're going to go through some really good stuff. But even as recent as the last month, I released some fundamentals for Linux command line, as well as the Linux Plus training series, which is again just this massive thing that was very well received by our community. So if you haven't seen the Linux command line stuff, you're going to get some really good stuff between now and the next video. You can always go and get some education on the Linux command line. But for now, we are officially done with the Windows PowerShell, and we are on our way to get to some really, really good content. So I'm really excited. We're actually making really good progress on the CySec 101, the Cybersecurity 101 series, and I'm going to terminate these machines to make sure that I do some proper, housekeeping rules, so to speak. And then we can now just go and close out this particular recording. So let me just give you a couple of notes, and then we'll be out. So if you have not done so already, I want you to go check out all of the content that is available on the channel. There's a lot of great stuff that's available on this channel, and there's content coming out regularly. So like, subscribe, turn on the notification bell, drop a comment, all that good stuff, so that you get notified the next time that a video comes out. And of course, if you have any questions or anything, just let me know in the comment section, and I'm very responsive to the comment section. And if it's a really big question, then I'll create a video in response to your question. But at the very least, go check out everything that's going on the channel. Like I said, we have a lot of videos that are on Linux. So this is the top video, Become a Linux System Administrator. We have the Linux Plus series that just came out as well. That's doing really well. So very, very good amount of content already existing on the channel. And I think you can get a lot of advantage from that. And of course, there's just new videos coming out all the time on the topics of cybersecurity and ethical hacking and system administration and so on and so forth. So I love this community. I do everything that I can to make sure that the community is taken care of. And the best way that you can get help for yourself is to drop a comment and let me know if you have any questions so I can be responsive to you and get your questions answered. So you literally just get the most of what you're looking for. So there is that. Now, the next thing that I want to tell you is the next layer of help that you can get, which is through the Hackaholics Anonymous membership community. So the Hackaholics Anonymous membership community is a paid community. It starts out at $5 for the cyber supporter, and then the tiers get more and more advanced. And of course, as you go up the tiers, you get more access to more resources and more perks. So, you know, as the supporter, you'll get access to our Discord community, and you can join me as well as all of our advanced members, get all of your questions answered, and you just have somebody tag along with you as you're going through your cybersecurity journey. You'll get early access to content and some other perks as well. And then the advanced members, they start getting, you know, the live membership conversations, the live streams that we have. There is the advanced groups inside of the Discord community. There is Python automations that I give away. There's exclusive content. There's exclusive downloads that are associated with it. For example, all of the practice examinations and practice questions and the notes for the Security Plus content that's going to be coming out in a couple of weeks, and all the practice documents and practice questions and slides and everything that was just released on the Linux Plus series. So there's a lot of exclusive content that is available for the cyber agent tiers and above, which is considered to be the advanced members of Hackaholics Anonymous. But even as a basic supporter, you know, I am very, they are close to my heart. The majority of our Hackaholics Anonymous members are just supporters who are just trying to show their support and be a part of our Discord community. And it means a lot to me, believe it or not. That little $4.99, that $4.99 contribution just to join this community means so much to me, and I cherish every single person that comes in this community. So if you haven't done so already, make sure you check out the Hackaholics Anonymous community so that you can get access to all the extra perks and then just be part of the insider group, right? The cool kids club, so to speak. So that's it for all of the plugs that I have for you today. It's your boy Hank Hackerson at Hank Hacks Hackers, your favorite network and system attacker / protector. Love, peace, and chicken grease. If no one else loves you, Hank loves you, and I'll see you in the next video. Peace. Today in episode 13 of the CySec 101 training series, we're going to go through Linux shells, and this is a part of the Cybersecurity 101 pathway of TryHackMe. And in this particular module that we're on, we're going to be talking about all the command lines. So this is actually the third video in the command lines module. In the last two videos, we talked about the Windows command line and Windows PowerShell and so on and so forth. And today we're going to be talking about my favorite shell, which is the Linux shell. And this is where I have most comfort in. And I mean, I've done multiple videos on Linux, as well as the Linux Plus training series, which was recently dropped. And we did 3 videos just on the Linux command line. And the last video in that series was the Linux scripting, shell scripting, and that's all inside of the Linux Plus playlist. So this is one of those topics that I'm actually very comfortable with, and I can share a lot of content with you on this topic. But because we are still in the CySec 101 series, I'm not going to go too crazy with sharing like all the extra information. I'm going to stay with the path. So with what we're getting inside of the actual training series from TryHackMe, I'm going to stay here and I'm going to talk about the topics that we talk about. And it's actually nice because they do cover some good basics, but then we actually do also go into some basic scripting fundamentals as well. So by the end of this video, you'll get a chance to learn all of the basics. You'll get a chance to get system information, run basic command lines for file navigation, so on and so forth. But then what we're also going to do is create a couple of shell scripts as well, so you get a good grasp of what it is that we're doing in this particular video. So really excited about this one. Let's get into it. This video is sponsored by the Hackaholics Anonymous membership community, and as a part of that membership community, you will get access to a bunch of perks. For example, the Discord servers that are available for every single level that we have in that membership. There are Python automations that are available. There are exclusive content, exclusive downloads, early access to the content, live streams, and a variety of other things that are exclusive to the Hackaholics Anonymous community. And I highly recommend, if you haven't checked it out, to actually check it out. If you want, you can go to the link in the description below, or you can go to the homepage of this channel, click on the join button, and it'll show you all the different tiers and the perks. Or you can just go to youtube.com/@HankHacksHackers/join, and you'll be able to take a look at all of the perks and everything that we have in Hackaholics Anonymous. So if you haven't checked that out already, I would highly recommend that you check out the Hackaholics Anonymous membership community. That being said, let's actually jump into the intro for the Linux shells video. Okay, so if you've ever used any kind of a computer, you are most likely very familiar with the graphical user interface, which is basically you see the icons on the desktop, you get to click around, you get to open up a file browser, so on and so forth. And that's what most people are used to. And in a lot of cases, you can basically just click around until you find what you're looking for and browse, right? That's one of the big things about a graphical user interface, is that you get to browse and you get to click around until you find the thing that you're looking for. If we were to compare that to the command line, the command line really requires that you know what you're looking for, and you essentially just search for it, or you type the script or whatever it is, and you get what you want, right? So it's the opposite of browsing. The command line typically just requires that you actually know exactly what you're doing. But what happens is that instead of having to click around and take your time and all that, you get your result very quickly. And the command line is not as resource intensive. It doesn't take a lot of CPU usage. A lot of times you can run the command line of Linux inside of a Raspberry Pi, which is like this really small computer that's probably the size of your phone. And it's just very resource, what can I say? It's not intensive with the resource. I'm trying to find the opposite of the antonym or of intensive, but it's easy on resources, right? It doesn't take too much resources. Another good example is that if you go to a restaurant and you have two options to get your food, one of them would be to just order the food from the menu, which means that essentially you just have this set series of options that you can choose from, and then you tell the waiter what it is that you want, and then the waiter will deliver whatever you chose from the menu. The other option is you know exactly what you want to cook, you know what ingredients you want to use, and you go to the kitchen yourself, and then you prepare the food exactly how you want it, instead of choosing from a pre-selected, predetermined list of options. And that's the difference between the GUI or the GUI and the command line. So if you're using the GUI or the GUI, you get to choose from the pre-selected applications and options and the things that are available for you. If you use the command line, you get to do exactly what you want. And that's kind of the big key difference, or the analogy that has been presented to us in this particular exercise. Now, you have most likely seen a command line. So if you've seen any of our other videos on PowerShell or the Windows command line or Linux or anything like that, you probably know what a command line looks like. If you've never seen any of the other videos that I've done, you've probably seen it inside some kind of a hacking movie, right? Or a hacking scene inside of a spy movie or something like that, where it's basically this black screen, and on the black screen you get to see the white text, and the guy is just typing away, and then all of a sudden at the end of it, he has hacked into the system, quote unquote, right? And that's basically what the command line is. So you, at the very least, you've seen it somewhere. If you haven't seen any of the videos on this channel, you've probably seen the command line somewhere. And so as soon as I load the shell that we have over here, you'll be like, oh, I do recognize this. And then it's just about, okay, let's go through it and learn how to use it. So the objectives that we have for this video is to how to interact with the Linux shell using some of the basic shell commands, exploring the types of shells that are available, because there are actually a variety of shells that are available, and then just writing some shell scripts so that you can kind of get your feet wet, so to speak, dip your toe in the water, so to speak. And that's basically it. We did the Linux fundamentals module, which was at the very intro of this specific training series in CySec 101. It was episodes 4, 5, and 6, I believe, are the actual Linux fundamentals module. And so, part 1, part 2, and part 3 is what's available for the Linux fundamentals module. And so if you haven't seen that, that is the absolute beginner series of videos for Linux. And then I've done several other videos as well, like the Linux Plus series that's available as a playlist that you can access. So this is a continuation of the Linux fundamentals in the CySec 101 training series. So that's kind of where we're at in our order of content, so to speak. So the very first question is, who's the facilitator between the user and the OS? And that's actually the shell. The shell is where the user inputs all of their commands and the requests that they want to make from the OS, and then the OS responds with whatever that you want it to do for you. And it'll either give you a correct response where it gives you the result that you want, or it'll give you some kind of an error message saying that I can't process that request because of XYZ reason. So the facilitator between the the facilitator between the user and the operating system is the shell, right? That's the bridge that connects those two entities. So that is what we got for our introduction. So now we're gonna start up our shell and then learn how to interact with the shell. All right, so if you are logged into TryHackMe as a paid user, well, you actually need a paid membership to be able to access the virtual machine that we have here. So you can either use the virtual machine directly inside of the browser, which is what I'm going to do, or you can connect to the VPN of TryHackMe by using OpenVPN. That's the main VPN software that they use for their VPN configurations. So you can either use your own computer and connect to the virtual machine via OpenVPN, or you can just log in and start the machine as so. And then basically, we'll run all the commands inside of the shell because we're not going to get a graphical interface. We're literally just going to get a shell. So it'll be very, very straightforward to interact with this thing. This username and password we're going to need later on in this room. So if you are going to connect to it via OpenVPN, you would actually need to use this. The IP address is going to be different for you than it is for me. So if you try to connect to this, you're not going to succeed because this is only available for the next hour for me inside of this video. So that's the piece right there. And then the rest of this is going to essentially be the commands that we're going to end up running and the questions that we're going to answer. So instead of reading all of these commands and then demonstrating the commands, what I'm going to do is I'm just going to open up the shell and then we're just going to start typing away and we're going to start interacting with the Linux shell that we have available. So it'll be, I would say it'll be a little bit more friendly for you as a student to see the demonstrations of these things instead of me doing a lecture and then trying to explain it later. So there's going to be a couple of sections inside of this video where I will have to explain because we don't have internet access from the computer that we're using or from the virtual machine that we're using. We're not going to have internet access. So there are going to be a couple of sections where I do have to explain it just based on the lecture documentation that we have. But the rest of the stuff we're actually going to be able to implement and kind of run and practice these commands. So if you don't have access to this machine, if you have access to your own Kali Linux machine, that's all good. You can still run exactly the same types of commands that we're running here. And this actually even works with Mac OS as well because Mac OS is Unix based, which is very similar syntax to Linux. So if you actually type pwd for print working directory inside of Mac OS, it'll actually give you a result. And that's very different with what happens inside of Microsoft Windows. So Mac OS shells are actually quite similar to Linux shells. And most of the commands that, or actually I think all of the commands that I'm going to run inside of this window today, if you have Mac OS, you can actually run them inside of your own terminal inside of Mac OS as well. So that having been said, all of that taken out of the way, I'm going to open up this window here. And then we're going to look at the full screen view of our Linux shell. So we have this thing that's going to be on the right hand side. I'm just going to open it up as full screen so that we can get access to it. And then we'll run all of our commands. So let's go. All right, so here's the shell. Basically, whenever you log into Linux, this is kind of the introductory screen that you always get. It tells you how to access documentation for your current distribution, which is me. I'm running Ubuntu, and you know, how much of the RAM as well as the CPU is being used, and just some other general information. For example, the amount of updates that can be applied, etc. So none of these is relevant to us for the scope of this particular room, but this is basically the introductory screen. Now, the very first command that you're going to learn is how to type clear and then press enter, and then it just clears the screen for you. And then this is what the command line actually looks like. So I'm going to zoom in on this a little bit so that you can actually see what's going on. And this is basically it. This is the command line. You are the user, or I am user. My host is TryHackMe. And this is usually what it looks like anytime that you're logged in to your terminal. So it could either be Mac OS that actually displays it this way. It'll actually display your username at your host name, or any remote shell that you're logged into, or basically any Linux server that you're connected to, anything of the sort. It displays the syntax for you like this. This is for bash as the shell. Once we switch to the ZSH a little bit later on in this room, we'll see that this is actually going to change, and the intro to our command line is going to be different. So that is it for the very, very basics of the introduction. So the very first command that you need to learn, if you have never interacted with Linux before, is going to be the command that I actually always run anytime that I'm connected to a remote shell, which is print working directory. So we do this in a lot of pen testing exercises as well. When you actually get a remote shell into your victim machine, you want to know where you landed when you logged in. You want to know what location inside of the file system that you're in when you logged in. So it prints your current working directory, which is, in my case, I am inside of the home. So this is actually the root. So let's talk about that. So this is the root partition, which is represented by this very first /. And then inside of the root partition, there is the home partition that houses all of the users that would be on this machine and their home directories. So I am currently inside of the user home directory, which is my current user. That's who I am. So if I type in who am I, it says you are user. So this is actually my username is user. It's kind of confusing, but whatever. So my username is user, and then I'm inside of my directory, because every user's home directory is the name of that user. Okay, so that's where I am currently located, and this is who I am. This is my actual username. Okay, so now what we need to do is we need to learn how to navigate around and go back and forth and things like that. So one of the other the first commands, the primary commands that I run is ls, and ls just lists what is currently inside of that directory that you're in. So for example, in my user directory that I'm at right now, there's a shell script called flag_hunt. Now you don't see the underscore here because when you're inside of the Linux command line, and this is only in this type of command line. So if you're actually inside of the like a Kali Linux or something that had a graphical interface, if you open that terminal up, it actually shows you the underscores. But in this particular case, it doesn't show the underscore. So it's a little bit misleading. But this actually says flag_hunt.sh, and that's basically the only thing that's listed inside of my current directory. Now, there are other items that are actually here, but they are hidden because typically all of the system files and all of the hidden files that aren't relevant are just hidden. They're not available to you because for more often than not, you don't need them. It's not relevant, right? So for example, the bash history, which we'll talk about in a little bit, and then the cache configuration, and these things all start with a dot. So this dot is actually very important, and these are all hidden. So anything that pretty much starts with a dot is hidden, but it's still actually inside of the current directory that I'm in. And then there's these two dots that represent going up one position. So it will go from user to home. If I did cd and then I did ... it would just take me from user to home. And then the current dot, the single dot, references my current location. So if I wanted to reference this thing, for example, I would have to do /flag_hunt, and I'm referencing that specific shell script. Okay, So that's basically how you kind of look at all of the stuff that is available inside of your directory. You type ls, it shows you all the things that are public view, I guess. And then you have ls-la that will list everything to you in this nice vertical list format. So that's what that first L does. It lists it to you vertically in this format, and it gives you the user, that's the owner, it gives you the group, and it gives you all the permissions for the file. And then A shows you everything that's also hidden. So it shows you all, right? It shows you everything that is currently inside of this particular directory. Now, if you wanted to find any extra options for any of these things, you can just pull up the manual by going man, and then you do the command that you want the manual for. So let's say man cd, and then, oh, there's actually no manual entry for cd. So let's say man ls, and it'll actually bring me the manual for the ls command with all of the options that are available. And then you can kind of scroll up and down to be able to see what is available here. And if you want to get out of the manual view, you just press Q, and then it gets you out of that. But it's going to be like at the very, very bottom of this. So instead of doing that, because I want to keep this in a good view for you, so I'm just going to type clear again so that we can bring our command line to the top here. So that's how you pull up the manual for anything. You just do man and then the name of the command, and then more often than not, it'll bring you a manual for that as well. So that is our most basic series of commands. Now, there's something else that we do need to cover, which is still in our basic series of commands, which is we have the grep command and we have the cat command. So this specific training series in this room doesn't give you all of the fundamentals first, and it kind of bounces you around a little bit. So I just want to keep that in mind. If you go through the Linux Plus training series and you watch the very first video in the lecture, it'll start explaining everything from the very, very ground up. If you watch the first video in the command line, which is technically the third video in the training series, when you watch the command line videos, we literally go from the ground up and we talk about all of the basic commands. So we're kind of going to start a little bit basic, and then we're just going to quickly go into the intermediate commands in this specific video, because that's basically the scope of the room that we're in. So the cat command stands for concatenate. And what it does is it prints the contents of any file for you onto your screen without actually having to go into the file. So we have this specific shell file, and let's say I don't want to open the actual shell file. I just want to list what's inside of it. So we'll do cat, and then we'll do flag, and then you can press tab, and it'll just fill in the rest of that name for you, and then press enter. And this is the content of the flag hunt script, right? So we'll talk about all of this when we actually go into the scripting portion, but this is a very basic script, right? So you have the directory variable, which is empty, and when we interact with the script, we're going to fill it in later on. There's the flag variable, which is also empty, that we have to fill in later on. And then there is this for loop that we have here, and inside of the for loop, there is this if statement, which is considered to be a conditional statement. And that's basically it. That's the entire script that we have here. We have a couple of variables, and we have an echo command, which basically just prints something onto the screen for you. And then this is where the bulk of the work is being done inside of this script. It's going to go and search for something for us, which is the flag. It's going to start searching for a flag. It's going to show us where it is, and we're going to have to go get the contents of it. And that's basically it. That's the script. But the idea is that when you type cat, and anything following it, so it could be a text file, it could be a CSV file, it could be a shell script, as you see right here, it'll just display the contents of that file onto your screen for you. Now, the next command that we have is the grep command, and grep is actually a command that we use to search for something. So you can actually use grep to search for a specific entry inside of a file, or you can search for it or use it to search for a specific file inside of a directory, inside of a system, right? So it's basically a search mechanism. So let's say in the file that we had right now, the shell file that we had, I want to search for the word flag. And then so the first thing is you do grep, and then you give it the term that you want to search for, and then you give it the actual file that you want to hunt or search through, which would be the flag hunt. And then now we can see that, okay, so in the first comment here, it says it's going to define the directory for the search to our flag. Then second comment is defining the flag that it's going to search. And then we have the actual flag variable. And then there's also the first line in the iterative statement that is the grep for the flag variable. And then there's also checking if the file contains flag. So basically any line that includes the word flag will be printed onto the screen, and it says, yeah, inside of this specific file, there's a bunch of different flag entries, right? Or instances where the flag keyword shows up. So that's how you use grep to search for things. You can use grep to search for essentially a bunch of different things. So I could actually probably even do, I'm going to try this. Let's see if this actually works. Sometimes it doesn't work. You can do anything that has the extension of log. So if I do this asterisk right here, it stands for a wildcard character, which basically means show me anything that ends with .log, right? So it could have any beginning as long as it ends with .log. I want you to show me that, and then I want to search inside of the var log location that basically has all of the files. Okay, so I guess we can't, in this particular instance of Linux, we can't use grep to search through a directory because it's telling me that, you know, the var log is actually a directory, which means that I probably can't search for that directory automatically using grep. But what I can do is I can do ls to list the contents of the var log directory and then pipe that into the grep command, and then we can probably pull that out, right? So when you pipe something, and we'll cover this a little bit in a little bit as well, I'm just kind of getting ahead of the game here. When you pipe something, you take the output of the first command and you pipe it into this second command. So hopefully this actually works and it doesn't pull up anything for me, which is kind of weird because I know that inside of the varlog directory, I have a bunch of things that actually have the extension of log. So that's kind of interesting that it doesn't work. But whatever, for whatever reason, we are not going to pursue this because I don't want to start troubleshooting and then get distracted and sidetracked with the rest of the contents of this video. So for the purposes of this video, we're just going to say that didn't work, and then we'll move on to cover the rest of the contents, because I just don't want, I usually always get sidetracked and I just go down the rabbit holes, and these videos end up being much longer than they need to be because I get obsessed and I'm like, okay, well, I want to find out why this didn't work, and da 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 da, and again I just lose my mind. So that is it for everything that we've covered inside of the commands that we should be talking about for this particular section. So the questions that we have here now is, what is the default shell in most Linux distributions? And that is bash. So if you wanted to see what the default shell was, we don't have any commands that are over here, but I think inside of the text of this specific section, it probably tells us that. But if we looked at, this is like one of the kind of the secret hints, I guess, that I'll give you here. If we go ahead and look at the flag hunt file again, at the very top, this is actually the interpreter that is going to be used so that the rest of these things are treated as actual shell commands. This is called the shebang line. And if you don't put your shebang line at the top here, the system, the operating system, isn't going to know that the rest of these things are actually supposed to be commands that you're going to run. And more importantly, if you don't say that I want you to use bash, then it won't know that this syntax belongs to bash. Because you can also create for loops and if statements using Python. So if I did bin and then Python, then what would happen is that this wouldn't make sense because this is a specific syntax for bash scripting. So I would need to adjust this whole thing to make it so that it fits the syntax for Python scripting. So this specific portion right here, this top line, the very first line, you're declaring what you want your interpreter to be so that the system knows how to interpret the rest of the contents of this script as that specific shell language or shell syntax, okay? So that is what we got. And then this is the actual interpreters, right? So the question that we have over here is, what is the default shell in most Linux distributions? And it is bash. That is the default shell. Now, which command utility is used to list down the contents of a directory? And that would be the ls command. Which command utility can help you search for anything inside of a file? And that is the grep command. So just like that, we've answered our first series of questions. So let's talk about the types of Linux shells that we have. So depending on the Linux distribution that you're using, there are different shells that come pre-installed inside of that distribution. And if you want to know what kind of shell you're actually currently using, you would just do the echo and then $shell, so capital shell, and it will basically tell you the shell that your system is set up for. This is what we call an environment variable, and it's inside of your path document, basically where all of your environment variables are declared is inside of one configuration file. So if we wanted to just see what ours is in this particular instance, let me just make sure I get this right. Okay, very good. If we wanted to see what it was, we could just do echo $shell and then press enter. And it also says that my shell is bin bash. So if I wanted to temporarily change it, I could reference the various shells that exist inside of my current configuration file for shells, which is inside of the not ls, excuse me, the cat etc shell file. And maybe that's not the right one, so let's see which one it was called. Oh, shells, excuse me. So it's cat etc shells is what we are trying to reference here. So let's zoom in again. So it's going to be cat etc shells, and then now we have, these are all of the shells that are available on my system. So there's the binary sh, binary bash, user binary bash, binary rbash, user binary rbash, and then so on and so forth. And then we have binary zsh, so on and so forth. So if I wanted to switch to any of these guys, I could just actually reference them by their name. So I could say zsh and then just press enter, and then it will change my current shell. There we go, we got that. So very good. Okay, cool. Press enter and we're good. And it is now changing. And now you can see that this actually changed. So previously it was what? It was, let's scroll up a little bit. It was user at TryHackMe. And that's how we know that we're inside of the bash shell. And then down here, now it's just turned into TryHackMe. So it's only referencing the host name that I'm installed in. And now we can see that we're actually technically switched into the ZSH shell. But again, a lot of the same things work. So if I typed ls, it'll actually still show me the flag hunt shell script. But previously, if you remember, when I ran ls using bash, this was actually turned into a bright neon green color. Also, print working directory works, right? All of the commands that we previously used will actually still work. And, you know, cat will actually still print the contents of the file in here for me. So these things actually are pretty universal. Like a lot of the commands that we use inside of the Linux shells are going to exactly be the same. So if I type clear and press enter, it'll clear the screen for me, even though I'm technically inside of the ZSH shell. So the shells themselves, they offer different functionalities, but for the most part, the commands that we run are essentially going to be exactly the same, and they're going to operate the same way. So it's not like one shell is going to run a command differently than another shell would. It's just some of the options that come with these various shells are going to be different. So I can just type in bash again, press enter, and now I'm switching back to my original bash command line. So the difference with these things, it just depends on I guess what level that you are as far as a user is concerned, and what you want out of the shell. So the born again shell, which is, that's what bash actually stands for, is the default shell for most distributions. This came, or before this came, you know, the sh, ksh, csh, and they had different capabilities. Bash is kind of the enhanced replacement for those shells, and it borrows a lot of the capabilities that those things already have. It just kind of adds to it. It's widely used with scripting capabilities. It offers the tab completion. So as you saw, you know, I just typed in the first portion of the word and then I pressed tab and it filled the rest of it for me, which is very, very useful. It'll automatically complete the command based on the possible match. It keeps a history file and logs all of your commands. So you can actually just type history to display all the previous commands. So let's go back into our shell over here, and we can kind of mess around with that a little bit. So if I actually just type in history, it should show nothing because literally the only thing that I typed right now would be history. So that's the only command that I've currently run in my instance. Because remember, I switched to ZSH first, and then when I switched back to bash, and it started keeping the history of the commands, and the only command I typed in this point was history. So if I actually start doing some more commands, so we'll do ls, and then we'll do lsla, and then we'll do clear, and then we'll do cd ... to go up one level, and then we'll do cd user, come back into the user folder, we'll do ls one more time, and then clear one more time. And now if I do history, we can see that it has a history of all of those commands, right? The reason why this is actually useful is because sometimes users will input their usernames and passwords as they're interacting with different tools inside of the Linux shell. So for example, if you do a sudo switch user, meaning you want to switch to the root user to get all of the sudo privileges and the administrator privileges, it's going to prompt you to enter your password. And then if you do that, it's going to be stored inside of the history logs, which means that if somebody hacks into your machine, all they have to do is basically type history, and then next thing you know, they have access to your username and your password, or at the very least the password for your sudo user, which is, it's a very, very sensitive piece of information, right? So history is actually very useful when it comes down to pen testing and ethical hacking and things like that. But it's also really useful if you're trying to troubleshoot something and figure out why something crashed and what the user was doing prior to all of that. You just look at the history of their commands and it's like, well, why are you trying to do this? And so on and so forth. So it's a very, very useful utility when it comes down to trying to figure out what the heck is going on inside of a system. The friendly interactive shell is fish. We did not have it available in our list of shells, and it's not default in most Linux distributions. It is user-friendly, so that's what the name kind of implies. And some of the user-friendliness is that the syntax is really simple, which makes it easy for beginners to use. It has auto-spell correction for the commands that you write. That's not available in Bash, which is another user-friendly thing. So if you misspell something, it'll actually have autocorrect for you. You can customize the command prompt with using themes. The syntax will actually highlight the different parts of your command based on what you're writing, so that you can actually know what the different parts of your command string are, which is again user-friendly. And it also has scripting, tab completion, and all the other stuff that Bash had. And then we have ZSH, which we kind of switched into already. It's not installed by default, but it is actually on our machine right now. It provides advanced tab completion, also provides auto spell correction, offers extensive customization, and has tab completion, command history, so on and so forth. So this is the main shells that we just kind of got a description of. And if you wanted to just look at them side by side, this is what it looks like. And I mean, that's kind of I'm not going to go through all this again because we just basically read through them. But if you want to pause this and just look at all the differences, you're more than welcome to do so. And that is that's it for all of our shells, or just the various types of shells that are available. So the questions that we got here is, which shell comes with syntax highlighting as an out-of-the-box feature? And that is fish. It highlights the different portions of your command, of the syntax of your command. Which does not have auto spell correction? That would be bash. And which command history, or which command displays all the previous executed commands in the session? And that is history. And that's it for all of these questions. So now we get to jump into scripting, which is kind of where the fun begins. The best way to think about a script is basically a document that holds a set of commands. And the script will, for the most part, run those commands in order from top to bottom. So let's say you have a repetitive task. So for example, renaming a series of files, or condensing or compressing, a series of folders so that you can create a bunch of archive files, or you need to run through the contents of a document to find everything that matches a certain pattern. There's a lot of tedious, repetitive tasks that system administrators have to do, and this is where scripting makes your life so much easier. It saves you a lot of time, saves you a lot of energy, saves your eyes from hurting. It's just a really, really useful tool. So it helps us with automation. That's basically the whole purpose of a script, is to automate something for you. And then what's nice about it is that not only does it save you time and energy, it also runs the same exact series of commands exactly the same way that it should every single time, meaning that it removes the human error element of it. Because if a system administrator is running a series of commands and they have to do it manually every single time, after the 10th or 15th one, after the 20th one, you kind of get a little bit tired and you start being a little bit lax, and sometimes you may misspell something and now you have to go redo that again. And the power of a script is that it'll run exactly the command as it should. So if you actually create it correctly the first time, then every single time that you run it, it's going to run exactly the way that it should, and it's going to save you, again, time, energy, headaches, so on and so forth. So this is why scripting is so powerful, and this is why we do it. Now, the extension of a script depends on what type of interpreter you're using. So for example, if we're using shell scripting, so if we're going to use bash or zsh or anything, the extension would be .sh. If you're going to use Python scripting, the extension would be .py. If you're going to use a PowerShell script, the extension is .ps1. So it just depends on the language as well as the interpreter that you're using, what the extension of that script would be. So for example, the script that we were addressing inside of our current machine was the flaghunt.sh, and then that's how we know that it was actually a script. So what we're going to do is now we're just going to create a couple of scripts so that you can see what it's like to do so in real time. And I'm going to just use the same name, and I'm just going to keep changing the file, the contents of the file. So the first one is going to be, the first thing that we need to learn actually is how to use a text editor inside of the command line to create a script. And Nano is my favorite one. It is a very basic, very easy to use text editor. And so when you do Nano, you need to give it the name of the file. So I can do Nano flag hunt, and it'll actually open up the flag hunt shell script for editing. Or if I wanted to create a file, I could just give it the name of the file that I want to create. So let's say firstscript.sh. And now it's going to create this file for me, and then it's going to take me into it so that I can start editing it. And as we already established, you need to have a shebang line at the top so that the system knows what syntax and what language it needs to use to start interpreting the rest of your commands. So we have our interpreter, which is the bin bash, and now we can basically start creating some easy commands, okay? So one of the ways that we can do this is to create variables. So one of the common things that you're going to run across is variables and how to create your own variables. There is a way that I can just do name, and I can do name equals John, right? For example, that could be a way that I can create a variable. Another way that I can do it is I can prompt the user to give me a response, and then I can store their response as a variable. So for example, when I echo something onto the screen, I'm basically prompting the person to give me something, or I'm either notifying them or I'm asking them to interact with me. So I can say, hey, what's your name, right? And that would be my prompt. And then they're going to respond with something. And then I'm going to read their response, and I'm going to store it inside of the name variable. I just created a variable called name, and I used their response as the value for this variable, right? So you say read, and then anything you declare after read is going to be the name of the variable. And then I can now refer to that variable, and I can say hello. We'll do this. Welcome. And then we'll do welcome name, okay? You can actually reference the variable without using these squigglies, but what I like doing is getting into the habit of using these squigglies, because then you can actually modify the contents of that variable by adding other stuff to it. So for example, I'm kind of just take this a little bit one step further than what's inside of our instructions for this room. So I'm going to say hello, welcome name, and then we're going to say this is, and we'll do this again, right, name, but now I can say apostrophe S, and I can say computer, and now it's going to read this is so-and-so's computer. If I didn't include these squigglies, then the system will actually try to look for something that is called, it's going to try to look for a variable called, you know, name cap apostrophe S. and we don't have a variable called name apostrophe s, or it's going to give us some kind of a syntax error because you can't typically put an apostrophe inside of a variable. So if I want to modify the actual variable by adding an apostrophe at the end of it, or if I want to add a couple of numbers so that I can make it a unique username for somebody, so on and so forth, when I do that, it's just so much more convenient to put these squigglies so that you can attach anything else that you want to that variable, and then the system will just attach it as if you're attaching any other part of the string. So let's actually run this so you can see what this is like. So we're going to do Control O, and it's going to ask, do you want to save it? So let me show you at the bottom right here. If I do Control O, it says file name to write, which is first script, and Control O is write to the script. So we do yes, write to that. So write out, there you go. Control O is write out. And then so now that I'm done, I can do Control X and I will exit out of it. And then now we're going to clear the screen again, and it's going to be back at the top right here. And so now we're back at our command. So now we can do an ls and we can see that we have this new file. But if you notice, the script that we just created is not highlighted green, which means that it's actually not executable yet. So if I do lsla, we can see our two files right here. And then we can also see that, actually, let's kind of make this a little bit easier. So we'll do lsl, and it just shows us the files that we have. This one, you can see at the very end of it, there's an X, meaning that this is actually executable. We can add executable permissions to it. There's X inside of the group as well as the owner. They all have X, meaning that they can execute the file. R would be to read, W would be to write, X would be to execute. This particular script right here doesn't have it. It doesn't have X in any segment here, which means that we need to assign executable permissions to it because we need to execute it as a script. It needs to run, right? It needs to do something. So the way that we do that is by using the chmod command, which is change mode. And then we want to add. So the way that you add is by doing the plus sign. And then we want to give it executable permissions. So we do X, and then we give it the name of the file. So first script.sh, press enter. And now if I do ls, we can see that it's highlighted green, which means that it is actually executable. It now has all of the executable permissions. Perfect. So this is all good. And now we can actually run our first script.sh file. Boom. It's going to prompt us, hey, what's your name? I'm going to say, my name is Hank. It's like, hello, welcome, Hank. This is Hank's computer. So you can see that. Let's actually go look into it again. So we can see that in the first reference, it said, hello, welcome, name. So welcome, Hank. It asked me what my name was. I said what my name was. It read what I gave as a response, and it stored it inside of the name variable. And then the next one is, hey, welcome, Hank. This is Hank's computer. You see how that apostrophe S, how cleanly it was added to that variable? That's how we do it, by using these squigglies, okay? So that is our very first official script. So if you followed along with me and if you actually did this, then you just created your very first script. So very, very cool little instance to do. Now, another way that we can create a script is to loop through something. So we have a for loop or a while loop. And as the name implies, it's just going to keep looping through something until it meets the condition that it's required to meet. So let's go back into our first script shell. And now what we're going to do is we're just going to change this whole thing and create our next script, which is just going to be a basic for loop that kind of moves through something. So we can do this. We can say for I or X or H, whatever. That part doesn't really matter. So for the purpose of this, we're just going to say for I in, and then we need to assign it a range. So it's going to be 1 to 10. And we are saying that for 1 through 10, that's how you talk to the bash or the shell script. Then you want to say do. So for something in something, I want you to do something, right? So for every integer, that's basically why we're using I here. For every integer inside of this range of integers, I want you to do something. And what it's going to do, you have to tab. So that's the other piece of this, excuse me. This is the header of the loop. And then everything under this header needs to be tabbed so that it actually is the body of this specific for loop. So when you press enter, you press tab so that you can actually go into the body, and then you say, I want you to echo, and then all I'm going to do is I'm going to reference my integer variable that I have over here, and I want you to echo the integer. So on the first, and then at the end of this, we're just going to say done, because you have to finish every single loop or iterative statement with its closing command here. So it's going to say for every integer inside of this range, I want you to basically echo it, meaning print it onto the screen for me. So on the first loop, what it's going to do is going to look at the number 1, and it's going to say, okay, 1. And then it's going to loop again, and it's going to go through this condition here, and it's going to say, okay, so I still have some ways to go. So the next one is going to be what? 2. Okay, cool. So I'm going to echo 2. And then the next one, I'm going to echo 3 until it gets to 10. When it gets to 10, it's like, oh, okay, so I'm at the end of my list now. I no longer have to do anything, and it's just going to stop running, okay? So then what we can do, just to kind of make this a little bit fancy, we can say done, boom, just like that, right? So that's it. And that's it. That's very, very simple. It's a very, very simple for loop. And then now it's going to run. And so we're just going to do Control O, press enter, Control X, clear it out or close it out. And now we can do clear to get into the screen. And now we'll do first script, press enter. Look at that. It iterated through the entire range that we had. And then at the end, it said, hey, I'm done, right? Very, very basic, but it's actually powerful. So when you kind of learn that you can combine this with other commands and do a bunch of other things instead of just echoing something onto the screen, then you get where the automation comes in. And that's why the flag hunt, right? So the flag hunt script that we have, you can see that it actually starts with a for loop, and it says for file inside of this directory. So we're going to give it the directory that we wanted to search through. It's going to say for every file that is inside of that directory that has the extension of .log, what it's going to do is it's going to say, if I search through it and I can actually find the flag inside of that file, then I want you to print that I found the flag, right? And so you can imagine that instead of me having to go through every single file inside of that directory to try to find inside of that file this flag statement, it can just do that for me and then come back and say, hey, I found it. Here's where it is. And then you're like, yo, what? So that's where it gets, again, just super freaking powerful. So that's why we love scripting. So that was our very, very first script. So let's go and create another one here. So we'll do the first script shell file one more time. And now the next one that we're going to create is a conditional statement. So we already saw that inside of our flag hunt script. So now we're just going to create our own here. So we created a for loop, which is very good. So now what we want to do is we want to create a conditional statement, which is what we call an if statement. So if a condition is met, then I want you to do something. Otherwise, I want you to do something else. That's what an if statement does. The syntax breaks out like this. So first, we're just going to say echo. So we want to get another input from the user. Now, my favorite way to actually do this, instead of doing echo and then read the response, I just like doing this. So this is basically the same way as doing what we did echo earlier and getting the name and then saying this is Hank's computer. This is basically going to do the same exact thing. It's just a little bit cleaner because you can do everything inside of one line, okay? So we can do read this prompt, which is going to say, please enter your name, okay? That's fine. And then we'll do first, I guess, please enter your name. I don't need to do all that. Please enter your name. There we go. That's my prompt. So I'm telling it to read the prompt value right here. And then I want you to store it inside of the name variable. And just like that. So that's basically the same as me saying echo, please enter your name. And then on the next line saying read name. This is exactly that, except we just did it cleanly in one line, okay? And you'll hear this a lot from programmers and developers. If you can do something in one line instead of doing it in 2 lines, then that means that you are more advanced as a coder. Simplicity is genius when it comes down to coding. So and then we'll get an example of this in a couple of tasks when we go through the rest of the stuff. Some people like to do something complex just to be like, oh, I can do complex coding. But if I can do the same exact thing that you did in a simple line of code and it took you 12 lines of code, then I'm actually better than you, right? It's kind of a pompous way of thinking, but it's true, right? So if I can actually do something in one line of code and it took you 6 lines of code, 10 lines of code, then I essentially have done something better than you, especially if what I did and what you did has the same level of security. Sometimes they'll be like, yeah, okay, it has to be this advanced because it's more secure if we do it this way. And that's their excuse. And I'm like, all right, fine. If it is actually more secure, then fine. But if it's not more secure and all you're doing is just creating extra lines of code for my system to read, and it's going to use up my CPU usage and all the resources of my system just to read your stupid code, then I'd rather you do the short code because it just gets the same job done with one freaking line. Anyways, rant over. So, okay, so we just created a variable called name, and the value of that variable is whatever the user is going to input into the system. So the if statement comes in like this. So we say if, and then we have to open it up with a square bracket, and then you have to put a space because it's very important in the syntax of shell scripting that you actually use this specific type of syntax. You actually have to put a space after it. So if we say if the name, okay, equals Stuart, so this is the value that it's like our requirement, right? So if the name equals Stuart, then you do space closing bracket, and then you do your semicolon. Then, so if the condition is met, then do a tab, echo, welcome, Stuart, right? Here is the secret, and then here's the secret, right? THM script. There you go. That's the secret. Else, so basically meaning otherwise. So that's the first condition. If this condition is met, then I want you to do this. If the condition is not met, else, otherwise, I want you to do this. Echo, sorry, you're not authorized to access the secret. Boom, there we go. And then the way that we close an if loop or an if statement is by doing the reverse, which is fee. So basically if backwards is fee. For loops, you do done to close it out. For if statements, you do fee to close it out. And that's basically it. That's our entire script. And now what we're going to do is we're going to save it. So, and then we're going to clear the screen, and then we're going to run it. And then now it's going to say, please enter your name. And I'm going to say, my name is Hank. And it's going to say, whoop, you're not authorized to access. And so what is, it says, echo, sorry, da 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 da. Okay, so there's some kind of syntax error. Otherwise, it would just say sorry. So let me go see what my syntax error is for this first script. Oh, you know what? There's no space here. So we can see that there's a space between this one right here. I put the space after the what is that? Quotes. I put the space after the quotes. So there you go. Now that's fine. Now that should be fine, and it's not going to give me that error anymore. So let's write this out. Enter, clear. What's going on? Why isn't this working? Save file under different name. Cancel. Script no. Cancel that. Enter. We're done. Clear that. Okay, perfect. There we go. That was a little bit weird. Okay, cool. So now there's my flag again, or my script, excuse me. I'm going to do run it, and it's going to say, what's your name? I'm Hank. Sorry, you're not authorized to access the secret. Oh, okay, fine. Let's run it one more time. What's your name? My name is Stuart. Hey, Stuart, here's the secret, right? So there you go. It worked. Very, very simple script, but powerful. And you can do this with, we're going to do a much more complex version of this in later tasks. But this is one of the simplest ways that you can kind of essentially verify somebody's identity before you give them something. And then you can actually combine it with, you know, it has to match their name, it has to match their PIN number, it has to match their company name, their email address. all these conditions have to be met before the system allows somebody to get in. And we are going to create something like that in just a short while. So that was it for our if statement, and it actually worked extremely well. So one of the other things that I just want to share with you that is inside of our documentation here is going to be the use of comments, right? So comments are more for people who are going to read the actual contents of the script than it is for anything else. So for somebody who is just trying to use it, or for the system isn't going to read these comments and say, oh, I have to process this. The only thing that the system is going to use is actually this piece right here. And it's going to say, okay, that's the interpreter that I have to use. But this part right here where it says defining the interpreter means nothing to the system. It's only for me as the user that's going to open this file and be like, oh, okay, that's what this line is supposed to do. And then in this line, we're asking the user to enter a value. Okay. In this line, we're storing the user's input in a variable. Okay. In this line, we are checking if the name that the user entered is equal to the required name that we have, which is in this case, Stuart. Okay. If it is equal to the required name, the following line is going to be displayed, meaning that, hey, we're going to say, welcome, Stuart, you got in. If it's not, so defining the sentence to be displayed if the condition fails. So this is our condition. So if the name is not Stuart, then it's going to echo, hey, sorry, you're not authorized to access the secret, right? This is the purpose of comments. It's mostly for the person who's reading the contents of the actual script file to know, oh, this is what we're doing. This is what this line is intending to do. And if it breaks for whatever reason, if the script doesn't work, you saw just now where it said on line 8, there was an issue. And then it still kind of gave me the output, but it did say that on line 8, there was a little bit of an issue. You need to go address that. And for me, it was because the fact that I didn't put a space between echo and my opening quotation. So this is one of the main reasons why we actually like comments, because it explains what's going on. And then we kind of know where, along with the system's responses, because the system will also give you a little bit of feedback as well. Using the comments as well as the responses of the system helps you to understand what's going on in each portion of the script. And then if you need to troubleshoot, then you know how to troubleshoot that portion of the script. So comments are for the user who's reading them. It has nothing to do with the system, and really has nothing to do with the end user who's actually going to be using the script. So that's basically what comments are. There are other types of variables, there are other types of loops, there are other types of conditional statements, and we can do a lot of other things, but that is beyond the scope of this particular room. If you're interested in learning that stuff, I do recommend you go check out the other Linux videos that I have. One of them is the most popular video, which is becoming a Linux system administrator, or you know, how to become a kick-ass Linux sysadmin. I think that's the name of the video. That's literally it's the most popular. So if you actually organize the videos on the channel by popularity, that is the #1 video that exists on this channel. And then recently I also launched the Linux Plus playlist. So in that video, there are 3 videos inside of that playlist that actually have command line strategies or command line exercises. And the very last one is all about scripting, and we're just going to create a bunch of different scripts. So we talk about all of these other things inside of that video. So if you're interested in learning more about it, I would recommend you go watch that. So here's our questions. So we have, what is the shebang that is used inside of a bash script? And it would be hashtag !/bin and then /bash. If it was a fish script, it would be /fish. If it was a Python script, it would be /Python. So it's basically the location of the binary that you're going to use to interpret the rest of the script. So in this particular case, we are creating a bash script. So we're going to use bin bash. Which command gives executable permissions to a script? And that is the chmod +x to assign executable permissions. Which scripting functionality helps us configure iterative tasks? So when you want to iterate through something, and that is a loop. So you can have a for loop or a while loop, and both of those are considered to be iterative. So you're iterating through your list of options, for example, 1 through 10, right? And that's basically it. That's all the questions that we got. So let's go on to our little exercise here, which is the locker script. So we're actually going to create a little script, and it's going to be a nice little practical exercise. So let's jump into the locker script. All right, so here's the task at hand. We have the scenario where there's a locker that's inside a bank, and to secure the locker, we have to have a script that verifies the user before they can open it. And they need to verify three things. They need to verify their name, their company name, and their PIN number. If they enter all of those things correctly, they get access. If any of these things are incorrect, they are denied access. And here's what it is. The username has to be John, company name has to be TryHackMe, the PIN number has to be 7385. So let's write this script. So this is the example that they give us. I'm going to create another one after I go through this. I'm going to create another one that is much simpler than this, and it's going to exactly accomplish the same functionality. And this is what I mean when I say that, you know, simplicity is genius, because you'll see what I'm talking about as we actually go through this example. So first and foremost, obviously, we want to define the interpreter, which is bin bash. Then we want to define the variables. So in this case, whoever wrote this freaking script, first they create empty variables here, okay? Just keep that in mind. We have empty variables here, and then we have a loop, a for loop that has an if statement in it that is going to fill in these variables, okay? So it goes like this: for I in 1 through 3, basically meaning I want you to iterate through the rest of this 3 times, right? So for I in 1 through 3, I want you to do this. If I equals to 1, meaning on the first time that you loop through this, if the I variable, if the integer is 1, then I want you to ask the user, what's your username? And then they're going to enter their username, and then you're going to read it and store it inside of the username variable. On the second iteration, so when it says elif, meaning otherwise, so if that, then do this. Else if the integer is 2, then I want you to ask, enter the company name. And then else, meaning on the final round, then I want you to ask, enter your PIN. And then, you know, store the company name inside the company name variable, store the PIN inside of the PIN variable. And then fee, which is the end of if right here. And notice how all of this is tabbed. So this is actually all of the body here. And then inside of each one of these, there's another tab which has the body of this if statement. Then there's another tab that has the body of the elif. And then we have another tab which is the body of else. And then fee is aligned with if and elif and else. And then at the very end of this for loop, we have done, which is aligned with for. So this is our full loop that is going to fill in our 3 little variables here. And I mean, if you paid attention to anything that I talked about in this video, you should know how we can do this much simpler than having 15 lines of code that goes through all this stuff just to fill in 3 variables. Now, here's where the actual functionality, here's where the whole script really kicks in. So we have one big condition. So all of this that you see here is one condition. It's just there are 3 requirements in this condition. It says if the username variable equals to John, and so these double ands are required to combine different conditions. You can't do it with a single and, or ampersand, excuse me. These double ampersands, you can't do it with a single ampersand. So if the username John, or the username equals John, and the company name equals TryHackMe, and the PIN number equals 7385, semicolon, then I want you to echo that authentication was successful. Otherwise, else, I want you to echo that authentication was denied. Meaning what? If the username is incorrect and all of these things are correct, you're going to get denied. If the company name is incorrect, but John is correct and the PIN number is correct, you are going to get denied. If these 2 are correct, but the PIN number is incorrect, you're going to get denied. So you have to meet all 3 conditions in order for you to get authentication successful. And that's basically it. That's the entire script, right? So when you execute the script, it's going to say, enter the username, John, enter the company name, TryHackMe, enter your PIN, 1349, and then it's going to say authentication denied because the PIN number was incorrect, right? So this is the script that they've given us. What I'm going to do is I'm going to recreate the script for you, and then we're going to test it, and it's going to be exactly the same result that we wanted to give us, except it's just going to be much, much simpler, because instead of using literally, so let's see how many lines. That's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15. Literally 15 lines. It's 15 lines of code to get you 3 pieces of information from the user. So instead of doing that, what I'm going to do is I'm going to do it in 3 lines of code. Okay? This is going to be awesome, and you're going to love it, and it's going to be amazing. So let's actually do the damn thing. So we're going to get into our terminal here. Let's make sure we're at the top of the page. Come on, what's going on, buddy? What's happening here? My God. Okay, you know what? I'm going to zoom out a little bit. I'm going to zoom out. I'm going to type this up, and then I'm going to zoom back in so I can explain everything to you. So here we go. And that's it. Look how simple that looks. How beautiful is this script? I mean, honestly, goodness gracious. Okay, so let's see if I can actually do like a command plus here. Or no, that doesn't work. All right, never mind. All right, so here we go. Here we go. Here we go. Those 15 lines of code that got us our values can be accomplished with these 3 simple, beautiful lines. The first prompt is, what is your name? And then we're going to read the value of this prompt and store it inside of the name variable. The second prompt is, what is your company name? We're going to read the value of this prompt and store it inside of the company variable. The third prompt is, what is your PIN number? And we're going to read the value of that prompt and store it inside of our PIN variable. And the rest of the script is exactly the same. So if the username equals to John and the company equals to TryHackMe and the PIN equals to 7385, then echo authentication successful. Otherwise, authentication failed. You are not the authorized user. And that's it. Just like that. We're going to Control O, press Enter, Control X to exit it out, clear the screen, and let's run this thing just so I can show you that it actually does work exactly that the exercise kind of asked us to make this thing work. So here we go. We have the list of scripts here. You can see that it's not an executable yet. So the first thing that we have to do is actually make it an executable. So we're going to do chmod plus X, locker script, boom. And now it is an executable. Beautiful. So now we're going to run the locker script, enter. Hey, what's your name? My name is Hank. What's your company name? It's TryHackMe. What's your PIN number? It's 7385. Authentication failed. You're not the authorized owner. But why? I have the right company. I even have the right PIN number. Yeah, but you don't have the right name. Okay, fine. All right, fine. Let's run this one more time. We're going to run it again. Press enter. What's your name? My name is John. What's your company name? Google. What's your PIN number? 7385. Authentication failed. You're not the authorized user. What do you mean? Why not? Because you didn't have the right company name. You're getting this. You're getting the pattern here, right? So what's your name? John. TryHackMe. Right? What's the PIN number? Authentication failed. So all of those 3 things have to match. Otherwise, we're going to get a failed authentication. So one last time here, we're going to use locker script. What's your name? It's John. What's your company name? It's TryHackMe. What's the PIN number? It's supposed to be 7385. What? Isn't it 7385? I thought it was, right? TryHackMe, John, 7385. Authentication failed. So what PIN number did I what PIN number did I ask for? Oh my gosh. Let me see. 7385. PIN 7385. Authentication successful. Company TryHackMe. Name John. What did I miss here? Am I missing something? I'm pretty sure I used the right. I'm pretty sure 7385. Yeah. Isn't that what I used? John, TryHackMe, 7385. Authentication failed. You're not authorized. now I am stumped officially because I thought I was using the right stuff here. So let's see, maybe I really did mess something up here, because I'm this whole time I'm like, yeah, it's gonna be amazing and da da da, and now it seems like I have messed something up here. So let me see. Oh, see how silly I am. This is the variable name, right? What I'm referring to is username. So that is my bad completely. See, I try to be cocky sometimes and I mess up so bad. So there we go. That should be fine. So press enter, Control O, enter, Control X, exit, out. Watch this work. It's gonna work beautifully. What's your name? John. TryHackMe, and it's 7385, right? Boom. Authentication successful. Yay! We got access to the script. What's going on? Yeah. Sweet. All right, cool. We are officially done with this section. So let's go and answer these questions. So what would be the correct PIN number to authenticate? It would be 7385. I mean, that's a pretty easy question. Hopefully that made sense. So one last thing we have here is our practical exercise that we're going to run with the information that we got at the very top of this exercise. And then we're going to run that one script that we had, that flag hunt script. We're actually going to run it now. So let's do that. And we are going to be done with this room. And I hope you have gotten value so far, and I hope you are enjoying yourself. And I hope you've actually been following along. So that being said, let's do this final exercise and let's be out. The exercise requires that we actually run the script that we had inside of our home user directory, which is the flag hunt script. Now, we need to first switch to a sudo user, meaning a root user, so that you can actually access the contents of these var logs. So essentially what the script is going to do is it's going to go through all of those log files, and in order to go through the log files you need root privileges. So that's why we need to first switch to the sudo user, and then we're going to use the username and password that they gave us at the very beginning of this room to be able to do that. Once we are a root user, then we're going to run the script. Now what we need to do is we need to actually fill in those missing variables. So there was a directory variable that we needed to fill in, there's a flag variable that we needed to fill in, and then there's also another section of the script that's inside of our for loop that we need to adjust and fill in varlog over there as well, so that the script can actually function properly. So when we do this, then it's going to hunt through every single log file inside of this directory, and it's going to look for this, and then it's going to say this is located inside of this log, and then when we find it, we're going to get the flag that we need, the final flag that we need, or the final answer that we need. So let's actually go ahead and do that, and we will be officially wrapped with this room. So I hope you are as excited as I am, because this is going to be a fun one. So let's see, where's my username and password here? There it is. So we're going to first switch to sudo. So su, you can also do su sudo, either one works. So su stands for switch user, and sudo is the user that we're trying to switch to. So we'll do that, and it says enter the password for the user, and it is user at, whoops, I already misspelled it, so hopefully I can just backspace, user at TryHackMe. Okay, cool. There you go. That worked. So now I am officially the root user, as you can see over here. Now we need to actually get into our flag hunt shell script, which is right here. And we need to fill in these missing variables here. So the first variable was the directory, which is the varlog directory. The next one was the flag. So what was the flag value that we needed to do? That is thm-flag01-script. So that's what we're looking for. And then we're going to fill in this one last missing piece, which is right here. So it says for file in this location, and we need to give it the varlog location. And then you can see that the varlog location is now going to have the /*log. So basically any file inside of this location that ends with the .log extension, it's going to search through it with grep, and if it finds this flag inside of that file, it's going to tell us where it is, and it's going to be inside of the base name of that file, which basically means it's going to give us the file name. It's going to say it's in this file, right? So that's it. That's the script that we got. So Control O, press enter, Control X, and then now we're out of nano, clear, and we've cleared the screen. Here we go, flag hunt, enter. Flag searching directory in progress. Flag was found inside of the authentication log. So imagine, okay, let me just do this one more time just so you can get the power of this, because that happens so quickly that we can kind of miss what's going on. So imagine I'm going to list all of the contents of the log directory, and we have all these logs here. So imagine you had to go through this log and go through this log and go through this log and then go through this log and then go through this log. Imagine you had to go through all of them one by one to try to find that one little string, which is the THM flag 01 script. That's insane. It just hurts my head thinking about it. So instead of doing that, then what I'm going to do is I'm just going to create this simple little script, and it's going to search through all of that for me, and it's going to search for that string, which was the flag, THM flag 01, Now it says flag was found inside of the authentication log. Great. So what do I need to do now? And I just need to cat the authentication log. So I'm going to do cat var log / authentication dot log. Press enter. The cat is sleeping under the table, and this is what it found. So THM flag script, that's actually what it was looking for. So we know that it's inside of that. And now we're looking for this. This is the answer that we want. So the cat is sleeping under the table. So we get to this screen right here. So which file has the keyword? It's the authentication log. Where is the cat sleeping? Under the table. And boom, baby, we are officially done with this room. So hopefully you found that useful and you actually had some fun as we went through this. And let's wrap up, and I'll give you a couple of final notes and you're free to go. So the conclusion basically tells us that we did a good job. So congratulations for making it this far. If you found this video useful, I do encourage you to like, subscribe, and turn on the notification bell so that you get notified the next time that a video comes out inside of this cybersecurity 101 pathway that we're going through, because we still have a long way to go, and there's a lot of great stuff for people who are just getting an introduction to cybersecurity. And even if you have been around a while, I think going through these rooms is actually really great because it fills in any missing gaps that you may have kind of skipped over or nobody introduced to you as you were getting introduced to cybersecurity. So I think it's very, very important. I think everybody should kind of go through this and watch this. I even find some things that I'm like, oh, I didn't know about that. And it just makes me more whole. It gives me a holistic, holistic, I think, comprehensive. There you go. That's the word I'm looking for. It gives me like a full view of everything, and it fills in all the missing pieces for me. So if you have not done so already, make sure that you like, subscribe, and turn on the notification bell. And now there's this other piece right here, which is all the content that we have on this page, which means, for example, we have all these videos right here. If you have not gone through these videos, or if you have anything that you might even be curious about, chances are there's a video that's available here that will probably answer that question for you. So, you know, we have all of these playlists, and the most recent playlist that I'm really, really happy about is the Linux Plus certification playlist that's over here. And it ended up doing really well. And inside of this certification playlist, we actually have all of these videos. So there is the shell scripting, and I actually need to organize this real quick because this is the first video that we need to organize here. So we have the, you know, the shell scripting, we have the command line labs, and we have the lecture pieces right here that are available for you. So these are really, really cool and useful videos, and they've so far been doing very, very well. I've gotten a lot of great feedback from the people who have gone through these tutorials. And so if you're at all interested in anything that has to do with Linux, this would probably be the video tutorial that I would recommend that you go through, and the playlist that I would recommend that you go through. So that's, you know, one of the things that's available. And then we have, of course, the cybersecurity 101 that you're currently on right now. There's the SOC level 2, there's SOC level 1, there's PenTester, there's security engineering. There's a lot of stuff that's available on this channel. So if you haven't checked it out already, definitely go and check it out. And of course, like, subscribe, and turn on the notification bell so that you get notified. And then of course, drop a comment as well if you have any questions. I'll respond to your comments. If it's a really, really good question, then I'll go ahead and create a video for you. This entire training series for CySec 101 was inspired by Darnell Knight's comment, and somebody recently in the comment section was like, yeah, we should be thankful to Darnell. And I'm like, yeah, dude, you should be, because that's the guy that inspired the CySec 101 series. So if you have not, if you haven't dropped a comment, drop a comment. And if you haven't thanked Darnell, just like do a tag, try to find him. I don't know what his exact username is. I should probably find it and like give him kudos in every single video or something. But yeah, that's basically it. So the whole point is drop a comment and ask any questions that you have, and I will respond to your questions. And if it's a really good one, I'll respond in a video for you. So like, subscribe, turn on notification bell, drop a comment, and let me know what's up with you, and then we'll handle the rest of it. And if you haven't checked out Hackaholics Anonymous yet, then I do recommend that you check out the Hackaholics Anonymous membership community. It is the membership community that is designed for security analysts and ethical hackers, and you get a bunch of perks. For example, the Python automations, for example, the exclusive content and the exclusive downloads, and the live streams that happen monthly, and the Discord chats, all the Discord servers that are available for all of the members that we have. So you can come in as a cyber supporter, $4.99 per month, and that will get you access to the Discord community. It gets you access to me directly, all of our advanced members, and we'll tag along with you as you go through your cybersecurity journey. Or you can get one of the advanced memberships and get all the extra perks that's attached to it. And of course, if you wanted to, you can do it through the description, the link in the description below, which is the join link. You can also come to the homepage, click on the join button, or you can go to youtube.com/@HankHacksHackers/join, and you will be taken to the join page for Hackaholics Anonymous. If you haven't checked it out already, I highly recommend you check it out. You can watch this little 14-minute video to find out what the perks are, or you can click on this little read more button at the bottom, find out what the perks are, and I hope to see you in the Discord servers. If not, I hope to see you in the comment section. So boy, Hank Hackerson at Hank Hacks Hackers, your favorite network and system attacker / protector. Love, peace, and chicken grease. If no one else loves you, Hank loves you, and I will see you in the next video later. Oh, by the way, this is probably going to come out on Christmas Eve, so if you're watching this, then Merry Christmas. If you celebrate Christmas, Happy Kwanzaa, Happy Hanukkah, all that good stuff. Happy holiday season. And, you know, going into 2025, so happy 2025. We're about to come up on our 1-year anniversary of this channel, so I'm super excited that you're here. Thank you so much for tagging along. Thank you so much for being a part of the community, and I just love having you here. So again, love, peace, chicken grease. If no one else loves you, Hank loves you. Later.